I'd like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be recorded and the recording will subsequently be available for public listening. Right. Sederunt and Apologies. Mr. Haswell.
Thanks, Leader. I've got some members not present. Councillor Dykes, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Nicholson, apology, and Councillor Smith, who I saw in the corridor a couple of minutes ago. Can I take it these members will appear? Councillor Nicholl, I understand.
Councillor Dykes may be here, it depends on the roads. Item 2, declarations of interest. No hands up. Move on to item 3, Council Revenue Budget Monitoring 2012-13 for the period ended 31st October 2012. We have Ms. Rose. Is there anything you want to add to the papers, or are you happy to just answer questions? Over to members. Any questions on item 3? Councillor Lever.
Page 11, section 6, a verbal update on the announcement will be provided at the meeting. Can we have that?
Mr. Garrett.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, we received details of the settlement for 13-14 last week. It was the second year of a 3-year spending review period. It basically confirmed the figures we received this time last year. The main issue reflected in last week's announcement was the removal of funding in relation to police and fire services, obviously through the reform process. Those figures that were removed from the council settlement were in line with what we'd already discussed and agreed with the Scottish Government, so there was no change there. We also received confirmation that we'll receive £350,000 per annum as a result of additional costs through the disaggregation of the council from police and fire services. So that was effectively quite a good result for the council, and it helps offset some of the costs that we're facing in that respect. But overall, the overall settlement will not have any material impact on the council's bottom line in terms of the budget going forward.
Was there any information provided in terms of pupil staff ratios, whether they would have to be fixed, or was there any flexibility in that?
No, it really it referred to a letter that was issued in September to COSLA, which basically just confirmed that, or reiterated that the line from last year in terms of the teachers have to be maintained in line with pupil numbers. We'll be bringing a full report on the settlement to the full council on 18th of December.
If there are no further questions, if we move to recommendations, members are asked to note 2.1 and 2.2. Move on to item 4, Corporate Capital Programme Monitoring Report for the period ended 31st October 2012. Mr. Garrett, have you anything to add to the report?
Again, happy to take questions, Chair. Thanks.
Any? Councillor Marshall.
Just on Windermere Road, it states that most of the spend will be incurred in this financial year, but it's just to seek a guarantee that the January 2013 date for commencement of the work will commence in January 2013 due to the what kind of false starts on this one, and also when is the completion date if 198,000 has been carried forward to the next financial year?
Mr. Speedy.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are planning to get on site in January, and the first works that will be carried out will be in connection with the public utility works. There's a lot of public utility works be done before we actually commence the construction of the road. The report indicates that there'll be a large amount to spend this current financial year, and the remainder will be carried out the following financial year. I can't at this time give you an end date.
Have the contracts been signed with the 3 partners?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Have the contracts been signed yet with the 3 partners?
Again, I cannot give you a 100% guarantee that that's the case this morning. There is a meeting tomorrow morning with the planning authority to finalise the details, and we're confident that thereafter all the various documents will be signed.
Councillor Geddes.
Thanks, Leader. It's section 5 of the report, sir, capital receipts, cost of sales. I'm sure Mr Hazel in particular will probably understand what I mean when I'm saying that. That looks to me to be a suspiciously low figure. £4,000 for that volume of transactions and the value of the transactions.
Yes, it is a low figure. It tends to be at this stage of the year. A lot of the costs that we incur in relation to sales are through central support departments, which we charge at the end of the financial year. So that will increase. But I mean, we're not talking a huge increase or a huge dent in the level of receipts available to support the capital programme. I think from memory, the figure was around 30 to 35,000 last year. Probably looking at a similar level this year.
Thanks, Leader.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. On page 16 in the residential care, childcare facilities, 142k overspend. Is that the one in Hawthorne Road? And if it is, yeah, what's the reasons behind this, the tender being 142k overspend? And this was a spend to save, that's what I'm asking as well.
Thank you, Leader. The small level of overspend was in relation to some of the detailed working out of some of the building work that was required when the tender was finally signed off. The facility remains within the overall budget for the 2 residential developments in the east and the west of the authority. So overall expenditure on residential childcare will be in line.
Yeah, that's to me like double speed. £142,000 isn't a minor, small overspend. It's quite a large sum to a lot of people. So it's not a very satisfactory answer to that. And the other one I want to ask about is the Langham Primary School. What's the timescale for this being resolved? And what are the reasons that the contractor is objecting to this?
I'm happy to answer that question for me, Leader. The tenders came in, there were 6 contractors invited to tender. There were 3 tenders relatively close to one another. The successful tender, there was a challenge to in terms of EU legislation. It is possible for a contractor who's unsuccessful to challenge. The challenge has been dealt with, and I'm happy to tell members that as of Friday of last week, that challenge had been withdrawn, and we're now in a position to proceed with the building works or commence the site works at Langham. So the challenge was an entirely appropriate legal challenge. I think with the building trade in the way it is at the moment, members will appreciate that you're likely to get more challenges. Contractors no longer just accept that they've been unsuccessful. They want to know why, how and where, and they want to argue over figures. So that's what happened on this occasion.
Councillor Carson.
Thank you, Chair. Just regarding the 3G pitches, 138,000 overspend, just obviously concerned with that, but I think it comes up in under item 9, so probably better asking the questions then.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, just with regards to Appendix 1 and based on our record with regards to slippage of projects, if you look at the maintenance block, education and PHES, we've got 12 million in there for that's been allocated for this financial year. And we're nearly 9 months into the year and we've actually spent just 3 million. So, I would expect to see more of that spent, 9 months into the year. And how confident are we that, that we're saying that we can spend the other 9 million within the next 3 to 4 months?
Mr Garrett.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, one of the issues that we're currently looking to improve in terms of the monitoring and reporting information to members is that a lot of the costs in the capital programme are incurred through DG first and then recharged to relevant project budgets. We've not been able to bring those costs into this appendix at this stage, but we'll all have spent materially more than the figures presented here to date, but they're currently waiting to be recharged by DG first to relevant projects. We're looking to speed that up in the future to make sure that information is more up to date when it comes to the committee reports. But there has been a lot of work done within services to address slippage over the past couple of years. I know both those services that you referred to did a lot to address that last year and were able to utilise their programmes effectively in full, and we're fully expecting that to be the case again this financial year.
Just wondering then on that basis, obviously the 3 million is not a realistic spend at this stage. Do you have any indication what really is a realistic spend based on, you know, the DG first?
Apologies, but I probably feel as though I'd be guessing a wee bit in terms of giving you that figure at this stage. But as I said, what we'll try and do is make sure, I don't think it's satisfactory for you to get figures that aren't realistic at this stage. So what we'll try and do is to make sure that we bring that up to date for future reports and make sure the recharging is quicker in the future.
Councillor Geddes.
Going back to Mr Haswell's earlier explanation, sir, in relation to the 3.4, the challenge, can I ask how the question of expenses were dealt with? And secondly, in the back of you know, Councillor Marshall's questioning of Mr Garrett, is there any reason whatsoever, through you, Leader, Mr Garrett, to envisage that we will not arrive at the projected spend figure of 28.730 million for this financial year, which equates to 98.2% of the approved programme, which I would suggest, without being smug or complacent, Leader, is a good outturn in anyone's parlance. But as I say, like Shauna, you know, I would ask, is there, you know, so that there's no anticipation, in fact, that other than that figure will be met.
Garrett.
We significantly reduced slippage in the last financial year, and that was a significant improvement on previous outturns. I'm expecting that to be the case again this year, and certainly our monitoring is indicating that we will be able to achieve around about the 95 to hopefully above that outturn before the end of the financial year. There are 2 or 3 projects which are still causing some concern, particularly in property-related projects, the Langham one that you referred to, whereby there has been a degree of slippage, and we've reduced the projected outturn already, but obviously we're carefully monitoring that and other projects between now and the end of the year to make sure there's not further slippage. But at this stage, I would certainly fully anticipate that we'll be able to achieve a similar position as we did in 2011-12.
That's helpful, Leader. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Right, Mr Haswell on the first point.
Thank you, Leader. The issue, the challenge was met by in-house. It was a discussion that was undertook between our in-house procurement team and the procurement, the tenderer. Unfortunately, the law allows the tenderer to make that challenge and makes no provision for delays in the contract or anything like that, unless it's vexatious. And it's very, very difficult, as Councillor Geddes will appreciate, to prove somebody's been vexatious in challenging a tender.
Thanks, Leader.
With that, we'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to note 2.1 and 2.2. Can we note those? And we're being asked to agree to a request from PH&E Committee to reallocate the remaining funding for the Dumfries Traffic Strategy Southern Sector Programme from the Craigs Road Georgetown Link project to the short and medium term measures for traffic programme. Move on to item 5, Street Lighting Spend to Save Programme report by Director of Planning and Environment Services. I see Mr MacLeod, have you anything to add at this time to the paper, or are you happy to answer questions?
No, nothing to add.
Councillor Dick.
Thanks, Chair. I'd just like to commend this report. I think it's a fantastic news story. It's the type of thing I think that's the future in energy savings. I'd also like to place on record appreciation to quite a considerable amount of work that was never really particularly acknowledged, and I don't think, of Councillor Snell in the last council, who had a particular interest in this form of energy saving, and I just like that placed on record. Thank you.
Councillor Carson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to welcome this report as well. I've got one or two concerns. I don't know that they're partly technical. I don't know whether this is the place to touch them or not. I was in Dalry last night, and the community are, in general, have welcomed that the lights have been transferred over to the LEDs. What process is carried out to decide whether they're LEDs or white source dimmable? What's the process that's carried out to decide what goes where? There's also, can these be intermixed? So can you have LEDs and dimmable white light source lamp posts in the same street, for example, which maybe address some of the issues that they're experiencing, where some people are getting a lot of glare through their windows and whatever. Is that something that can be done, and is there any process that communities go through to address these issues?
The decision on whether they're LEDs or dimmable lighting comes from, you'll see in the report that the LEDs are more expensive up front, but they have maintenance savings in that they're sort of considered to be a 20-year lifespan. So for more rural locations where the cost involved in the travel, then there's advantages in that regard. With the dimmable lighting, then if, again, where we've got the depots nearby, then the costs of maintenance are less of a concern. I think it is unlikely, I would need to seek some technical input from street lighting. I think it's unlikely you would mix the two within a community, simply because of the challenges of going out to to repair a light and getting the wrong light fittings and things like that. I think the control systems would suit one or the other. Does that sort of answer the question?
Councillor Ogilvie.
Thanks, Chair. It's the dimmable lights. If you look at the appendix, is it 2 and 3? What I don't understand is, if you look at some of the big numbers for dimmable lights, that means they're in urban areas, and we don't know which urban areas it is. Is it parts of Annan, parts of Dumfries, parts of the Sederunt that might have dimmable lighting? Because we'd have to understand that, because one might offset crime and things like that. Need to understand how this fits in with the wider community.
I mean, generally the dimmable lights would be looked at for urban areas rather than more distant rural areas. In terms of crime, we had discussion with both community safety officer at the police and the roads guys as well at the police in terms of road safety issues. There would be no intention of using dimmable lighting in areas where we've got CCTV at present. So areas which are considered to be high amenity, town centres and such like, we wouldn't be reducing lighting levels at night. But more sort of residential communities and such like. But it would be on a case-by-case basis if there was a specific incident that, instance that it was felt inappropriate that lighting was dimmed. And we're talking dimming after midnight. So it's from 12 o'clock till 6 o'clock. If this was felt inappropriate for certain areas, then that would be considered as part of the consultation process. Concerns raised.
Yeah, I imagine that's what would happen. But I mean, you've got specific figures here, and we dim them from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock. But most of the pubs in Annan and other places, folk walk up the street. Not all the vandalisms and that happen on the high street. Somebody's had his wing mirror knocked off twice. My road is quite busy at night with after 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And the thought of having dimmable lights just worries me and it'll worry the community. So there is a bit more public consultation to be done to achieve these. Now, if you put dimmable lights in with a cost saving and the community and a record of antisocial behaviour in that area, then you won't get your savings. Because police might say, oh, you've got to leave them on all the time. So it's just a bit more work. I'm not against it. I think it's a great idea. And I saw it on the BBC News last couple of weeks ago, where was it Sheffield was going through a big scheme. Looks great, long-term, big savings and better quality of lights. Because them yellow lights well, we haven't got many left. But it's the other side of that. If you start turning lights off in areas, now that came up as part of the area committee consultation. And if you've read the document, some were saying, we'll turn the lights off, we don't need them, and other folks saying, don't turn the lights off. So there is the public hasn't bought into this yet, so I think a bit more consultation or understanding where and when it might happen. I know it's a wee bit further on, but looking for that reassurance that, public consultation would be paramount.
I think certainly we don't want to do something that is going to be unwelcome by the public, and we need to explain this, but in terms of the lower energy white light, it's better for your vision to, it renders colour better, so you can see better even though the light, and the interesting fact is, as Callum's surveys have done in the two locations where they did it, they think the lights are brighter even though in fact the amount of light being emitted is less. So yeah, it requires some thought like that. The dimmable may not be appropriate, as you say, for certain town centre locations, but that would be consulted.
Councillor Crothers.
Thanks, Leader. Same as everybody else, welcome this. It's a really good report. Hopefully under 2.4 the recommendations we'll get some of that detail that Councillor Ogilvie is asking for when the street lighting strategy comes back to the Planning, House and Environment Services Committee. See, it's reported here that this is an 8-year programme if it's agreed today, and the potential border I think is over 20 years. If we were to have that and put it over a 10-year programme, have we looked at what kind of savings we would possibly get there?
The 8-year investment programme is, we've looked at it at borrowing the money over 20 years. I haven't looked at it at borrowing over 10 years. I would need to go back to my colleagues in finance to re-crunch the figures in that regard. The reason for, well, you'll see the reason why we've invested over an 8-year period is with respect to, well, there's a number of reasons, but not buying into everything and actually managing a program of such a vast amount would be quite challenging. So, but yeah, I mean, these kind of figures can be crunched as the program progresses.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I notice this is going to affect 20,000 lamps, but it's not as if every individual one is metered. These are notional savings, are they not?
You're right, no, the lamps are not metered. We pay per lamp, but the way it works is that Scottish Power have a list of lamps, or our energy supply has a list of what lamps we have, what fittings they have, what wattage they use. So when we report back to them that 300 lamps in this area have been changed to a lower wattage, the interesting fact is that the lights previously were identified at a wattage, and Scottish Power have added on a cost to it because the way the unit works, it's actually drawing more current than it says it's drawing. Scottish Power have increased our cost. So no, we will provide them the detail. You're right, they're not individually metered.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's notional savings on these particular ones. And, I don't think we should get carried away because annual savings, the bulk of the annual savings are made up by energy costs. And as we know, energy costs can rise year on year. Maybe to be more proactive, apart from the steps you're taking here, are you going to renegotiate your supplier of electricity? Because your energy costs can be wiped out in a winner if your present supplier increases his costs dramatically. So what about the supply side? Because we ain't going to get, we'll get apparently 27,000 in the first year. Inflation alone is going to diminish that, or any price increases will diminish it. So if you looked at the supply side as well to ensure that you're always engaging with the cheapest supplier, otherwise any potential savings are going to be wiped out.
I mean, it's certainly true that whatever we do, energy costs will continue to rise. If we do nothing at the moment, you'll see the projections for the costs. There is the possibility that if we replace the bulbs, energy costs will continue to rise and they'll charge us more. If we do nothing, they will also continue to rise. But the amount of current that we're drawing and therefore the amount we're paying will be reduced by this investment. In terms of how we determine which energy supplier, that really lies with John Curry and his team in terms of negotiating the best rates. But again, it's looked at where we're using the power. It's the best rates negotiated by these guys.
Yeah, two further first-time speakers, then we'll move on to second-time speakers. Councillor Smith.
So just on the back of that, so the projection for year one, for the budget for 2013-14, we're projecting as a council that will be £27,000 saving in year one. Is that what we're saying? We've kind of got those estimates over the actual period of time, rather than we've obviously got a final estimate, but year one we're talking about 27,000. Presumably we've got an estimated figure for year 2, year 3, year 4, etc. when it comes to setting budgets.
The 27 that's shown in Table 3 is based on investing in it. I mean, to get the exact detail, it's quite hard because depending on what lights we change, there's some will offer more savings than others. If you change a high wattage into a lower wattage, do you see what I mean? The difference between what you're changing will affect how much saving you make year on year. But on an average of taking 12.5%, so over an 8-year replacement program, will average 27,000 savings on the investment, which taken over the 8 years equates to the 232,000.
Just come back on it, it's possibly more a question for Paul. So basically when we set an estimate for energy costs and budgets, we are going to deduct next year 27,000. Is that how we're going to calculate that?
The savings are not just energy costs, though. There's also maintenance and the carbon reduction commitment charge in terms of the travel time. I mean, we've worked out a saving of the maintenance labour based on a reduced amount of attendance at the lighting, particularly with the LEDs, and taking that as an average across the lighting over the investment period. And again, with the energy, we've identified, well, you can see there that the sums that are achieved in terms of the energy, the 74,000. But then there's obviously the cost of the borrowing to offset against that.
Yes, just to back up what James had said, the details of the savings are reflected in the table at paragraph 3.3. Unfortunately, it's probably not the most positive message I'll give you in terms of the level of savings available to build into next year's budget. The figures in that table actually reflect to some extent cost avoidance through the price increases that Councillor McCorkry was referring to earlier on. In terms of the energy savings from current energy cost levels, £45,000 saving through this measure in year one, which combined with the maintenance and labour and carbon reduction commitment savings will actually save us £68,000 estimated in year one, so which effectively washes its face in terms of paying for the borrowing costs. So this is very much about, as well as the carbon reduction benefits, this is very much about cost avoidance in terms of reducing our consumption and therefore offsetting price increases in the future. But we won't be able to bring a bottom line saving into the budget process through this measure next year. It will offset the cost of operating the electricity costs.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you. I was going to ask about the actual flexibility of our policies, Leader, with respect to the inexorable increase in the number of lamps, 1.5% per year. And I just was going to suggest and ask at this stage, what can we do with respect to our policies? How inexorable is that increase? Because it's coming through planning, and I know that planning members in planning kind of grit their teeth when they're forced into a lighting system, which actually you can see from the correspondence with respect to the area committee responses, quite a lot of people actually don't want to have happen. Now, I understand that Councillor Ogilvie is reflecting a certain expression in an area in like Dumfries and Galloway where some people really want to have more lighting, but others very distinctly don't. And I would like to maybe think through the LDP that we might think about being a little bit more flexible on our lighting policies. This is the opportunity. Let's think about it now.
That will be fed back in, and you'll have the opportunity in the next 12 weeks, I think, to feed into the LDP. But I think that's a good point, and there are different views across different areas. Councillor Dick.
Thanks, Chair. Just to ask about 3.1 there, where it mentions that we're responsible for 24,000 street lights. During the budget research last year, the figure I was given was 15.5, which is quite a disparity. Could you qualify that, please? Or clarify it, sorry.
I'm not sure I can, so I'll need to investigate further and come back to you on that matter. I'm not sure where the 15,000 that you've been given has come from. 24,000 is what the street lighting section within DG First have provided us.
So you'll get an answer back when it's set. Councillor Carson.
I'm just on the back of what Councillor Maitland said just now. I think it's important that we do engage with the communities that are involved in this, because it's something that's very much, if you like, in their faces every night. The feeling I get is that the majority of the community councils, whatever, have expressed a desire to actually have the lights dimmed or turned off at night. So I think when this goes back to the PH&ENS committee, I think we need to certainly build in some sort of community involvement in how the communities want to see whether it's dimmable white lights or LED, and the consequences of these decisions should be taken into the budget as well. Certainly, from the research whatever's been done over the two little projects, it would appear that the dimmable white lights are the ones that are more aesthetically pleasing, and they tick most of the boxes. And the cost savings of having all dimmable lights and turning the lights off in rural communities been considered when the paper was put together, as opposed to the maintenance difficulties with the rural lamps and the LEDs, as you spoke about earlier?
With respect to the choice of dimmable lights or LEDs, the split that we've gone on for the majority of our lighting is a 25% LEDs and 75% dimmable cosmos. I suspect that over the 8-year period, and I referred to this in the reasons for spend over an 8-year period, is that technology will change without a doubt, and we will find that we wouldn't want to invest in everything now to find that somebody invented a solar-powered light or something like that would work in street lighting. I think it will be on a consultation basis, but clearly we need to, as a council, promote the benefits of reduced maintenance on the LEDs. It may be that LEDs become so affordable we would consider them for locations near a depot, so in towns and such like, whereas the dimmable cosmos would be the cheaper upfront cost, even though their lifespan is less. With respect to the strategy, the intention is to bring a short sort of interim strategy document to FES in January, or possibly in the next meeting in March, setting out some very high level, similar to what's in this report, the process that we're taking in this report, which is looking at new technology for the benefits of environment and for safety and security of the region, for carbon reduction and such like. From that, we would look to develop with street lighting a sort of more operational policy that would be much more detailed in what type of lighting would be used where and the tests that would be done and such like, and that will be done through public consultation as well. So that's the kind of aim. The policy and this report didn't get to go together at the same time. Policy the strategy was appropriate for FES, whereas this was policy and resources, so there is a little bit of a separation.
No other hands up. If we move to recommendation. Oh, Councillor Ogilvie.
Chair, thanks. I left it to the end. If we agree this, which it looks like we're going to, and there's more information, if we agree this as a sort of policy for the council, that filtered through to planning, so any new housing scheme would have to go down this route. It makes sense if we're going to have a move towards more cost-effective lighting, with all the precautions that we've heard from other members. But would it flow through to planning that it would be a requirement for LED or low energy light for their street lights?
Yeah, I mean at present any lighting, any new development comes in that requires street lighting would be passed through Callum and his team in DG Design, DG First there, and he would put that requirement upon them so that there would be low energy lighting.
Councillor Crothers.
Leader, just when you come to the recommendations, I make a comment, please.
Well, we're at recommendations 2.1.
Thanks, it's on that particular point. Just the way it's worded, it says agreed to additional prudential borrowings of 7.4 million over 8 years. I wonder if after the 7.4 million it should be to invest in street lighting or something, just to, because it's proposed over 20 years, I think, within the body of the report. But the point I picked up on earlier, if to do it over 10 years, we'd have a larger monthly outgoing, but I quickly did it in the back of a fag packet, so to speak, and it came up with £3.5 million worth of potential savings if we half the length of time. So if we could include that in there somewhere, just to look at that, if potential, just rather than pay the extra interest, I just quickly did it, unless my figures are wrong, the extra 10 years worth of time incurred an extra roughly £3.5 million of interest. So I wonder if we could have looked at that did it over 10 years rather than 20 years. And it just says to invest 7.4 million over 8 years.
Mr Garrett.
Happy to look at Councillor Cutter's calculations, but it's important to recognise that the borrowing will be undertaken over an 8-year period. The actual borrowing we undertake to support this will be part of our overall integrated treasury management strategy, and we'll look at the appropriate payback period as part of that. But again, happy to look at Councillor Cutter's calculations.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, just exactly what we're getting into here, sir, because I hope we're not going down the road of taking decisions on the basis of inadequate information. And the use of the terminology back of a fag pack certainly sets my teeth, or what's left of my teeth, an edge. That, so, as I say, let's call canny here, if I can use the old Scots colloquialism.
My understanding from what we're being asked at 2.1 is that over the next 8 years we will spend an additional 7.4 million over that 8 years in a phased plan to put new lights on and invest in that. And the repayment will be done by a treasury management team, and the best possible deal through the use of whether it's longer term borrowing or shorter term borrowing will be left to the team who I think at the last full council are achieving savings where they can, so they are doing a good job for us. I think that's the way it will be delivered.
I'm suitably reassured on the basis of your words, Leader. Thank you.
Right. So if we take 2.1, it's actually saying that we're just borrowing the money over the period of the 8 years, not actually paying it back in that, but using it to spend over the next 8 years. It'll be paid back in a line with the treasury management. So we're happy to agree that?
Yeah, sorry.
Collins.
Can I just suggest that insofar as the wording is concerned, agree to additional prudential borrowing of 7.4 million applied over the next 8 years?
Leader, the reason I brought the point up because within the looking back, I didn't mark it off, but it says within the body of the report that the borrowing terms is over 20 years, but the money has to be spent over the next 8, and that's the only reason I said that.
The use of the 20-year figure in the report refers to the period over which this investment will make a return for the council. That's how long this investment is estimated to last the council. It doesn't refer to the payback period of the respective borrowing.
So with that, I would quite happy to agree 2.1. 2.2, 2.3 and 2.4 are here for noting. For that, we'll move on now to item 6, wind energy electricity generation for street lighting. We have Angela Lamont and Chris Wood G. At this point, is there anything you wish to add to the report, or are you happy to take questions on? Happy to take questions? Right. Oh, Councillor Lever.
Yeah, table 2, the obvious return on investment is more than, well, it's doubling, a doubling in the wind turbine capacity. Why are we stopping at 500 kilowatts in that case? I mean, it's personally, I think we should go for 4,000 kilowatts or whatever it is, or megawatts, and we won't have any budget deficit.
In order to address the shortfall that was outlined in James's report, that's why this capacity of turbine has been suggested. It's not to say that a bigger turbine can't be installed if necessary, or further turbines can be looked at.
Just coming back to that, I think we should look at that as a matter of urgency. If there's such a return on investment, I mean, I know we're in the process of, or we're not, I think it's Scottish Renewables that are in the process of building the Hairstains wind farm at the moment, and we've all got our own thoughts on wind turbines in the appropriate place, etc. So I think it is something which you need to look at as a matter of urgency. If you can't get that sort of return, and mention's made of the hydro turbine on the NIF. I don't understand why at one point in this this report it mentions the feed-in tariff, but on the other part it says something about the reason why we have the turbine on the River Nith is so it can actually power council buildings there. Presumably that all goes into the feed-in tariff rather than powering individual buildings. The same is true with solar panels. You know, electricity is electricity. As far as I can see, I don't see why if it's produced by wind, it has to go in through a particular mechanism, whereas if it comes from water or solar, it has to go through a different one. So can I have some sort of update on the hydro scheme as well, when we're about to, or where we are with that?
We're planning to come to committee just in the middle of the winter to get an okay to go for the next stage with the scheme on the NIF. Partly, I think it's proximity to the power plant that may go there, subject obviously to approval, to the buildings adjacent to it. So it's a lot easier to run the power through a building if there's a building close at hand. Whereas, depending where the rest of the power is, we won't use a whole lot on any individual buildings, although there are options to do different sorts of ways of using the money on that. So, yes, I think it just depends on proximity to the plant.
Deputy Leader.
Thanks, Leader. Just on the back of Councillor Lever's original point, I'm a bit uncomfortable with the 225 kilowatt and 500 kilowatt figures as the only comparisons that we have. Like Councillor Lever, I'm impressed by the 500 kilowatt, but I would like to have the information likewise on an 850 and possibly 1 megawatt to see a true comparison across a range in that area.
Yeah, that can be provided. You can see from the 225 and the 500 that it's not just a case that you double the figures, that there's a sort of exponential increase as you increase your capacity. So we couldn't say right now categorically what the output for an 850 or 1 megawatt turbine would be, but we could certainly provide those figures for you.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, I'm delighted to hear the comments that have been expressed by Councillors Lever and Collins. And, you know, I'm not trying to unpick the recommendations contained in this report, Leader, but I wonder, in fact, if there's not an even wider and an even bigger window of opportunity here. I'm many things in life. I hope never to be accused with justification of being a hypocrite. What I will say, though, is that there is another alternative here. We have a significant number of consented wind farm schemes in Dumfries and Galloway. Some of these schemes, I wonder, make it not be possible for this authority to approach the developers and obtain, in fact, the ability either to purchase or to put a turbine, as it were, into these one or more of these previously consented schemes. And let me say, from the point of view of reputation of the council, Leader, I would be of the opinion that it should only be schemes where we should consider that we had previously refused an relevant application for planning consent and it had been overturned in appeal, so that the public of Dumfries and Galloway can't come back and say, well, yes, you had a hidden agenda all along. If you do it that way, it would help to protect that possible reputational attack. But it seems to me that, you know, if this is, you know, sensible, we should be looking, in fact, at maximising our opportunities under that. Now, I don't know what the current state of play is in relation to whether or not there would be any such opportunity. But I think, in principle, we should look at that. Again, Leader, I'm not suggesting we take a decision today on the basis of what manifestly would be insufficient and inadequate information. But at least, if we embrace the principle today, we should look, in fact, at whether or not we can benefit from that particular window of opportunity. So I'll leave it at that at this moment, sir, but I would be interested, as always, to hear the views of colleagues on what I've said. Thank you.
Can I just make a comment on that? That's something that we are investigating, and we do feel that if this decision is taken today at committee to go with these recommendations, then the wind farm developers would take us more seriously in that regard. And also with regard to the wind farm developments which had been passed and hadn't gone to appeal, we would certainly be, you know, very strongly in agreement with that. And if it was a case that we're to go down the line of siting our own wind turbine, then it would be in strict adherence with the interim planning policy and the landscape capacity study. The guidance has been produced by the council. We want to be, squeaky clean in that regard.
Councillor Dick.
Thanks, Chair. Just referring to 4.3, the meeting of the 17th of January. This, I understand it, is part of progress of a whole range of renewables that will be taken forward as and when the reports can become available, and we can seriously look at any particular individual, not necessarily wind turbines. That being the case, I very much welcome this and the previous one.
Councillor Crothers.
Thanks, Leader. It was similar to Councillor Gerrits's question. Near the bottom of page 34, 4.4.5, it's the second last bullet point where it references Orkney Council has invested, I think that is, in 5 large turbines. I wonder if you've got any background information on that.
We have spoken to Orkney and then went on to speak to SSE, who were the energy company involved at the time, and I had a very brief chat with somebody from there this morning, and they would welcome that sort of approach from councils. They have somebody who works specifically on that. I didn't get a chance to speak to that individual. I spoke to one of the area development managers because the guy in question has just gone off on leave for a month, but I will be emailing to follow up on that to get a bit more detail. So in principle, yes, the SSE as a company deal with that, and I'm quite sure other companies are equally interested to discuss these sorts of approaches with councils.
Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe I can temper the sudden enthusiasm for 1 megawatt turbines and lots of them by the sounds of earlier comments. Just to ask about 4.44, the actual siting of the proposed turbine. You've obviously got 11 locations being looked at. What are those locations, and who will actually decide what the final location is?
I don't have the list of locations on me today, but I can get that to you. And the next step would be to sit down with our planning colleagues and work out, according to the guidance, what land could site, what capacity of turbines. So we're not quite at that stage yet. We want the decision to be taken first. But the list of 11 sites can certainly be passed on to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be helpful. I mean, I'm presuming, based on the answer to Councillor Lever's question about feed-in tariffs and this being different from the hydro project, it's clearly not going to be next to a council building to run that building. But presumably, somewhere along the line, a committee will decide the location prior to a planned application going in, and then obviously the planning committee will decide whether to agree with that application. But presumably, a committee will decide the location before it gets to that stage.
Same point, Councillor Maitland.
Just that I think probably it wouldn't simply be, it would be quite a lot of people would be interested in seeing that list.
Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. I'm looking at the table here of annual carbon savings. Very impressive figures. Do they take into account that over half of our electricity is currently generated from zero carbon or carbon neutral sources?
The figures we use are the ones that are to work out what the carbon savings are, the ones that are provided by DEC, the Department of Energy and Climate Change. And that figure, I think originally it was about multiplication factor of 0.554. It's now down to about 0.5 or something like that. So that figure has been adjusted and is adjusted on a sort of almost annual basis, taking account of the deployment of renewables across the UK. So yes, that does take account of that.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Thanks, Chair. It ties in with what Councillor Smith was saying about siting and what was said previously. If we're going to look at 750 or 800, if you look at the 500 one, which is recommended, it's about 230 feet high for those of us that don't understand meter. But if you go up, they go higher, as we know, and you sometimes get up towards 400 foot. So the higher it goes, the further away it's got to be from locations because of the siting. So one is linked to the other. So that's one point I'd like to make. The other one I want to make is, yeah, we get a table here of potential income, However, we all know that 27% of the, so it's a 500 megawatt, you only ever get 27% or less, 17%, depends which argument you come down on. So we'd have times where these aren't the actual savings, it's the best you could get if you got the optimum. Now that thing's got to turn 17.5 revolutions day out and day in to give you the maximum. It doesn't work like that. We've heard the horror stories where they get turned off because it's too windy, and we have to pay for that privilege, we, the public. And equally, when there's no wind, like it has been lately, they don't turn at all. So you know, it's just trying to get pick out of this what the actual savings would be, because we can't predict the weather.
With regards to the siting, yes, you're right. The bigger the turbine gets, the more difficult it is to site, especially if we're looking at council land. But if we're looking at co-ownership through an existing, project, wind farm project, then that becomes less significant. But it does become significant if we're looking at our own land and siting our own turbine. With respect to the figures in Table 2, these have been verified by 3 different environmental consultants, and these are average outputs. So this is taken into account, the 25% capacity that they do. So this is by no means the maximum. The maximum may be a lot more than this, but what we're saying is that this is what we could, expect on average to come back. So I would certainly say that these are a pretty good gauge of the return that we could get. These figures also aren't, the financial figures aren't linked to inflation, and the feed-in tariff is linked to inflation. So in actual fact, these are a very, very conservative estimate of what we could expect to get back.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, it's on the same point as made under 4.4.4, and I think it refers to, in actual fact, 20, which we can all read. There were 20 possible locations, and then this was reduced to 11, taking account of the deemed too close to housing. But I just wonder if there's been, and it's a difficult question to answer, but my understanding is that the planning department, planning offices, local planning offices, are very much tied into, in workload, the number of applications that continually come in for wind turbines. And it's the impact of that on the density of these alongside the others. Now, there are people who love wind turbines. There is also a lobby who are dead against the wind turbines. So adding to what Councillor Geddes says, whether we are being hypocritical or not, it has an impact on the numbers that are here, and more so given the recent announcement by the Scottish Government that's going to increase the renewables, I think, to something like 50% from 38. So are we going to be an area that's going to have high density, alongside, this as 11 locations where it's a possible 20, and the impact this has on the community? What is that, or can someone answer that one?
Well, the guidance that we have, the interim planning policy and the landscape capacity study, take into account the cumulative impact of single turbines, because they know that could become an issue. So that one is taken care of. In terms of the sites, we're talking about very remote sites. One of which is a Culhorn depot at Stranraer. Another one is the disused refuge site at Auchinninnis. So these sites are remote from housing, from residential areas. But the cumulative impact is taken into account in the guidance that we have, and of course wouldn't be an issue if we were to go with co-ownership of an existing site.
Councillor McCoftry.
2 issues, Chairman. First of all, I'd like to draw we're on about wind, I'd like to draw Mr Haswell's attention to the fact that the heaters in this room are blowing out a terrible wind and it's freezing cold. Maybe get something done about it. However, on the subject of 444 siting, could I point out, maybe to give them a steer, I notice there's 11 identified sites. If there is a site in Annandale East and Eskdale, could they perhaps bring that one to the next committee meeting? Because there's no member for that ward on this committee, so it would stop a bun fight.
Your point about the heating is noted by the governance officer.
I did actually, Councillor may have seen me leaving the table. I've asked for it to be sorted. I don't have a shovel now, Tom. I can't go and fill the coke bunker.
Councillor Dyke.
Thank you. I think it might be when we come to the recommendations. Obviously we're asked to agree this in principle, However, I do think it's very important that we do look at other wind farm development sites that are already programmed. In particular, it might be more cost effective to put a wind turbine somewhere that's already had an approval for a wind turbine site, rather than trying to put them up in our own areas and costing an additional amount of money. So I think it's vitally important that we weigh up the pros and cons of adding something to an additional wind turbine going onto a site that's already going to be developed, rather than putting in a new one onto our own.
I'm sure the officers will take that away and give it due consideration and bring it back when there's some answer to that one. Right, as there's no further hands up, we're asked to agree to the principle of considering the use of council land for the siting of wind turbines to assist in the reduction of carbon emissions associated with our council street lighting infrastructure. Do you agree that?
I still think we need...
Sorry.
Councillor Geddes first, please.
I'll give way.
Sorry, it was only to say that I still think we need to add something into that recommendation, because I think it's vitally important that we look at sites that have already been granted permission and to see whether or not it's more cost effective to add something there rather than to develop and put in a wind turbine on some of our own sites. I just would like to have some wording added in there. Happy to give way to the governance officer as he's looking at me. But I do think we need to look at it.
Councillor Geddes, at the same point.
Very much so, sir. I think the fundamental choice is whether or not we, as I said earlier, we develop these recommendations, or whether, in fact, we agree now to go for the more radical solution. And I think perhaps on reflection, as I said earlier, I would be inclined to go with what we're proposing here, subject to the insertion in the decision of a further recommendation called 2.3. So I'll come back with your leave to that at the appropriate time, sir.
Councillor Scobie is at the same point.
It's the same point, Chair, and I hear what both Councillor Dykes and Geddes are saying in that respect, and I well remember from the South Muckers, two gentlemen that came and talked about community benefit, and indeed rather than just the small amount that's handed out to the communities, that the communities take, may consider taking one of these turbines on board. And that, to my understanding and from reading reports, has not developed to the extent that it perhaps could and should have been. And here we are as a council saying, let's take one on sites that are already there. So if it's good for the goose, then surely it's good for the gander. In terms of communities that also would like to. I'm not again the radical view being expressed, but it wasn't developed when it came forward with the community. I just want to, that both what appears to be the mover and second have taken consideration of that.
I know that is an option in the developer contributions policy which exists, but it's not something which has been developed. We have our own community project as well that we're pursuing, and we would be very happy to pursue that, and we are actually trying to find out about that for the community groups that we're working with.
Mr. Haswell, you've had 2 or 3 views on the 2.1, either adding additional wording. Councillor Crothers.
Thanks, Leader. Just to refer to what I was saying earlier regarding 4.4.5, I know Orton is referred in there, and that's what the two speakers have alluded to, that particular. How do we incorporate that into it? Can we incorporate that into the recommendations somehow?
I'll ask Mr. Haswell, and maybe with his wise words we'll have a solution that we don't need to ask further questions of. Mr. Haswell?
Chairman, I understand exactly where the members are coming from. What you've got here is a report before you asked in principle the use of council land. What you've also now got from members is a number of suggestions about using existing wind farms which have planning permission, whether or not it was granted to the Scottish Government. You've got issues of community benefit coming out. Can I suggest to members that you look at seeking a further report to the next meeting regarding possible alternatives, but that you may wish to proceed with this at the moment, I don't want to stop members, and I understand Mr Geddes is coming back. I think you're raising a considerable number of governance issues, bearing in mind that you are all the planning authority. I think you're raising a number of issues in relation to riding on the back of what may or may not be a popular way of producing electricity and producing power. I'm just asking members to be fairly cautious before you decide that you're going to take a decision today that somebody's got to come back and say, but here's the implications of having taken that decision. I'm not trying to thwart members' aspirations. I think we can agree that you'll get a report back on possible alternatives to this and other benefits coming out of wind farms. I would hate you to become a power company overnight.
Got Councillor Dick, Councillor Geddes.
I quite agree with Mr Haswell's suggestions there. I think we've been asked to agree a principle of the use of council land and prudential borrowing. Anything else can be subject to any report beyond it.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, no, I don't agree entirely with that. I have no problems with adopting 2.1 and 2.2, sir, but I would also wish to see inserted a recommendation at 2.3, agreeing in principle, as it were, to look at the possibility of this council investing in an appropriate, already consented development. And that, as I've said, Leader, agreeing in principle and asking for a further report back on that as soon as we possibly can achieve it.
I have no issue with that. The report will come back, sir. But I'm just asking members not to take a decision that may result in them trying to do something that's got to be stopped because it's not legal.
Councillor McCaughtry.
Yeah, I was just going to come in the same thing as Mr Haswell, that what we need is a report on the issue at 2.1. Do we accept it's got to be a council site, or are you looking at an alternative site that's already there? Now that needs to be costed as well, because the costings could be entirely different. You know, if you've got an existing operator with permission, he's not going to give you the same deal as you're getting there. So we need costings in that as well. And again, under 2.2, I think this was raised by Councillor Weaver about a 1 megawatt rather than just a 500 kilowatt. So I think you need to look at the different sizes of turbines as well. And again, that's got financial implications as well. So can you get a report that encompasses everything, all the concerns that have been raised by all the elected members today?
Could I just add that I think that the sort of consensus is that we investigate the possibility of an existing wind farm development. But should that not be possible, then 2.1 would be the recommendation that we would suggest, and a decision should be made upon that, because there's a year lag period in installing a wind turbine, and we want to benefit from the good feed-in tariff, which is only going to be with us until the end of March 2014. So it's just to say that time is of the essence with that decision.
Right, I've got Councillor Dykes, Councillor Geddes, Councillor Marshall.
I'm happy with the recommendation 2.3 as proposed by Councillor Geddes. Equally happy that in 2.2 we don't limit it to 500 and we suggest that we look at other options as well.
Agree entirely, Leader. No further comments.
Councillor Marshall.
Maybe a silly boy question, but it's just when we're talking about actually utilising existing sites within Dumfries and Galloway, rather than taking on board the fact that it take over a year to actually erect and install one. Is it not possible that actually, if you're looking at existing sites, there may be the possibility of actually taking over one of the wind turbines that are existing at the moment?
Well, my understanding from the sort of proposal of 2.3, that would be an additional option within the report coming back, and if there's an opportunity that would be beneficial to the council financially, I think that might be something we would want to process or proceed with in the future.
To clarify, but I thought the principle was the erection of one on an existing site. I'm talking about if there's a wind turbine there, that maybe through negotiation you could actually utilise that one to transfer where it was going to the street lighting.
I think all options are going to be able to be brought back in that future report.
That would be investigated. Would probably be a preference over asking them to erect a new one. Yes.
And have we got a time scale on that report coming back? What would we do it in the next 2 months? Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, it's just a point of clarification again from the mover and seconder of 2.3 that this does include, you know, on a report back, that it does include the community benefits, and you know, and we can look at that as well on the report back.
I'm slightly concerned because that's more PH&E's bailiwick rather than policy and resources one.
Surely, Chair, it's the, you know, PH&E that, you know, we'll have to look at the whole thing and just for clarification on that one. Not policy and resources. The principle can be agreed here, but the practicalities would be planned housing environment.
Councillor McClung.
Just to answer Councillor Scobie, as far as I'm aware, there's a report on the community benefit coming to the next PHE committee in January.
Right. Move to 2.1. We're being asked to agree in principle. 2.2. Approve the additional prudential borrowing on a spend-save basis of 1.19 million for the purchase of 500 kilowatts. There was concern that we are limited to 500 kilowatts. However, I would think a bigger one will cost more, so we might have to look at the figure with regard to the 1.19 million, and we don't have the information in front of us just today. So can we agree this in principle, possibly with a reference back to the future report? And
Chair, could we just a clarification on the question asked? Does this include the community benefit in taking out, or everybody shaking their head no?
my understanding it doesn't, from the mover and seconder with the shake of their head. That was what I was saying.
The community benefit policy already exists. It's there. It's in place, and it would apply for any application or what was potentially passed later on.
And an additional 2.3 for a future report encompassing the points raised, which were possibility of using other sites or buying into an existing site, something like that.
Can I ask, Leader, for the word appropriate to be put in there? I won't rehearse my previous argument about consented and sites, etc. You know where I'm coming from. The appropriate site, or an appropriate site.
And just that that'll come back to the next committee.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Move on to item 7, which is the use of the corporate change fund. Reports in front of us. Mr. Garrett or Ross, anything to add to the report?
Again, happy to answer questions, thanks, Chair.
As there's no hands up, just one thing. When I did, which ones were discarded from the CMT when they looked at them, and was it strictly on a cost-benefit analysis that the ones that have come forward, or was there some other options? You've got the 4 that have been agreed at CMT. Which was a reason for the ones being discarded? What were they, and was it strictly on which ones gave us the best return for our money?
There was a number of other proposals that came forward, mainly in relation to investment in software, where there wasn't any real indication of the level of savings or the degree of certainty of savings going forward. That probably discarded is maybe not the best word. That they've been sent back for further consideration and development, and we're looking maybe potentially bringing those forward once the cases are a bit more robust. But so that's how they've been included at this stage.
Councillor Smith.
I suppose the kind of difficulty with that is that for 2 of the options we don't actually have any figures for savings, so it's kind of difficult to conclude that a proper cost-benefit analysis is taking place when we don't actually know what the savings are. I mean, I'm quite open and clear on the issue of the change fund. I think, frankly, it's not the best idea we've ever came up with. It's simply everything over and above 2% of our total amount that normally is in reserve should simply go into a change fund. I've made that clear, and I think this report actually sums up one of the, or several of the problems with the actual change fund. If you look at the welfare reform proposal, it's not really about change or actually about making savings, and I'm not entirely clear how I agree with the funding in the welfare reform, but I think that that's something that should be built into the council's budget, because we've got obviously huge challenges there, but I don't actually see how that meets the criteria for the change fund. If you look at the criteria that was agreed, I think in the report probably in about October, I think. I can't see exactly how that fits in with the change fund. There is figures for savings there for, I think, printing costs, and I'd be intrigued to know how employing extra people for welfare reform actually saves money in printing costs, but I'd be interested to hear what the answer to that is. But I don't actually see how that really meets the criteria for the change fund. I think the only one, in my view, that actually meets the criteria is the first one. And that also actually raises other issues as well about how we actually manage the change fund, because when people bid in for funds for capital in the previous system, what actually happened was the committee, the service committee itself, looked at what they effectively wanted to do, and then they agreed a particular project, and that then came to the Policy and Resources Committee as a sort of bid to the capital investment funding. I'm not aware of education ever having discussed this particular bid. I mean, unless somebody in education can remind me if I'm wrong there, but I can't remember whether or not there's actually been an educational debate behind this particular bid, and I'm assuming that will then go to education after we've agreed the funding today. But that's the other way around from what we used to actually agree. I mean, there's huge issues about, you know, is this the right way forward in terms of dealing with kids with autism? They currently go to Struan House, which is seen as a centre of excellence, but I know that in the budget that costs 500,000. But we're looking purely at the savings issue here, but there hasn't actually been an educational debate about that, so I think we're kind of going about it the wrong way. It should have gone to education first and then come to us if the education committee were happy with it. I think the two projects at the bottom, I certainly can't agree today to support those two projects on the basis that I don't actually know what the savings are. And I don't know when those savings figures will come back. I don't know who will make the decision as to whether or not those savings figures are actually adequate. I mean, if it's £10, if it's £100, if it's £20,000, how can we actually say that's actually meets the criteria for the cost-benefit analysis? So I mean, I can't agree to those particular projects. It does come back to the fact that we did originally ask for this report a lot earlier than we've actually got it. And my concern is if I then move today that we don't agree those two projects, that we actually have a further report in January, what is the implication for those particular projects? I'd be really angry if the implication is that I'm being told you won't be able to make the savings in the next financial year because I'll be delaying it, when actually we agreed to have this report a lot earlier than we're actually getting it today. So I think there's a lot of things in this report today that concern me, and I think it just comes back to original concerns I've always had about the way in which we manage the change fund.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes, thanks. A number of questions there, maybe try and address them one at a time. In terms of the principle behind the change fund, it's something I would be keen to defend quite strongly. I mean, we have made £24 million worth of savings over the past 2 financial years, and a significant investment through the change fund has been a key element of allowing us to do that. We have a 27 million estimated savings requirement over the upcoming 3 financial years, and further investment in some of the savings measures we need to take it is absolutely a key part of allowing the Council to balance its budget going forward. In terms of some of the specifics there, the welfare reform proposal, how it meets the criteria, on page, sorry, it's the revised report, there's no page number, but paragraph 3.1 on the first page of this paper, the first bullet point, it does refer specifically to, in some cases, the savings generation may relate to cost avoidance, and really that's what we're looking to here in terms of welfare reform. This was looking to offset some of the financial impacts of the Council from the welfare reform agenda. It will not fully do that as part of the budget report we're bringing forward to full Council. This month we'll be recognising further budget pressures in relation to welfare reform, but this is specific investment we're seeking here to offset some of the impacts from the benefit reform process. In terms of the two options that we are seeking agreement to, pending clarification of the savings, really that's why we're not asking for full approval at this stage, is because we haven't assured ourselves at this stage that the savings generation here will be of a value, certain degree of certainty and duration that would support the investment. So we'll be firming up on that. Happy to bring back those details to members in a further report next month before these projects are taken forward. I don't think that would have any material impact on the timing of when we can actually generate savings. We're happy to bring that back to members. In terms of the autism facility recommendation, again, recognise that there is a kind of issue in terms of timing, looking for the revenue support for the set-up costs for the capital spend. That's again why we've said at recommendation 2.2 we're seeking to agree in. Sorry. Say it again, sorry. But sorry, paragraph 5.5. Sorry, yes. We're actually saying that we'll ring fence this money at this stage pending approval through the Education Committee of the required capital investment. The asset class allocation that this committee agreed in October for education recognised that the amount that was allocated wasn't just to support maintenance of the existing schools. It did provide some capacity for investment in some bigger projects, and this is where we're looking to fund this project from. Spoke to Education about that, and a report will come forward to the Education Committee on this in January.
Well, let's be absolutely clear. I've never once said I oppose this council spending funding on change projects. What I was very clear about was the way in which the change fund effectively ring fences every single penny over and above the 2% simply for that particular fund. And as a result, you kind of get projects that, frankly, in my view, don't meet the criteria. I mean, I hear what Paul says about the welfare reform, but I'm reading the criteria and I can't for the life of me think how that particular project, which I happen to agree with, should be funded by the council, actually meets the criteria. Looking at the criteria, it talks about cost avoidance, but even here, I just don't see exactly how the welfare reform project, which is to meet an additional budget pressure as a result of welfare reform, not to actually change anything we do or to avoid costs, it's actually to meet a budget pressure, and therefore should be funded from extra funding budget pressures, if you like. I just don't see how that meets the criteria for welfare reform. And also, I'm a wee bit unsure as to how the two projects, if we're not really agreeing them today, how that actually differs from the other projects that we know are being put forward by departments that you're waiting on further information on. Why are they sort of being separated from the other projects that you're still seeking clarification on, presumably to then allocate the remaining sums towards? But again, and there's also, I mean, I'm interested what other members think in terms of the way we actually go about, are we doing it the wrong way in terms of the education one, for example? Should that have been a debate and discussion and agreement in the Education Committee to bid in to the change fund? Because effectively what we've got here is a bid from the Director of Education as opposed to from the Education Committee on what is quite a significant change when it comes to to autism in this region.
So I'll probably repeat myself to an extent in some of the responses. Maybe just recognise the issue in terms of what's the difference between the two at the bottom in the appendix and the ones that we've sent back for further review at this stage. What we had been asking for through this report was approval to take these forward pending my review and signing off of the savings coming from these. But if members are concerned that they want to see the savings before the projects move forward, to say I'm happy to bring a further report back on that. But if members are also comfortable with me reviewing those savings and assessing the cost benefit and the level of certainty and duration of the savings available, then I'm happy to progress it on that basis as well.
Councillor Maitland.
Well, I just want to echo a certain amount of whoa, hang on a wee second. I am absolutely with people with respect to how this comes through. I don't have an audit trail justifying this spending. And I understand now that we're going to get reports justifying the projects. I think that's what we're doing round that way. That's what we're going to receive. But, I mean, you know, there's a member officer working group, and I'd have to ask whether or not this came through, this request here for these welfare reform officers. I just don't know whether that has, you know, clearly come through that particular route, and whether it is absolutely obvious what the cash savings are going to be. I also, I'm afraid, I simply don't understand the logic with respect to the DG First bid. It's not clear to me what's going on there and why. It might well be that I could say, well, actually, I prefer that the third sector and the independent sector take more business. I don't know, because it's not clear here as to why I should be agreeing that. So, Leader, I mean, I have to say at this stage, these have not been through the Service Committee, exactly as other members have said. So we can't say for sure whether we wish to spend this money on that, because as soon as we've agreed it, it'll happen. And there are all sorts of questions here which are raised up. I don't really follow it, and I don't think I could say, look people in the eye and say, yep, I understand exactly why I've dedicated and put that money there. I don't.
Councillor Dick.
Well, if I could just say, I heard Mr. Garrett say that the DG First and Chief Exec Services proposals were pending confirmation because they're not satisfied with it. So the reports will come forward. I'm quite happy with that. As far as I understand the welfare reform, somebody can confirm my understanding, what that was about was essentially working towards minimising the impact of the welfare cuts on people in our region. So instead of them, I don't know how I would put it, some kind of financial collapse, which puts a major pressure on our social services, perhaps on our education, on all our other services. That's what I understood that to be.
Can I come in just on that last point, the welfare
Councillor
reform?
Crothers.
My understanding of that was that we're part of a pilot project of 3 local authorities across Scotland and welfare reform, and we're looking to go paperless, which is one part of that. So I'd imagine the printing and such like, and that, I think that's what that's talking about there, but maybe get clarification on that.
Mr. Garrett.
The question was from Councillor Dick, just regarding the welfare reform. My understanding is that we are part of 3 local authorities in throughout Scotland that are part of a pilot project, and we're looking to go paperless, and there's skilling people up as far as their computer skills and such.
Mr. Tracy.
Thanks, Leader. It may just be helpful for me to add a bit more detail. As Councillor Carruthers rightly says, and this has been discussed with the Member Officer Working Group, the Council is one of 3 pilot Scottish local authorities, along with other local authorities in England and Wales, which doesn't mean that universal credit is being implemented any earlier here than anywhere else. We still don't know that the absolute implementation. What it is allowing us to do is to test out some of the implications of welfare reform and get an understanding of what those are. And one of the areas that we're testing out is around increased digital access, to which means that new claimants can apply online, and that's where potentially some savings will come in terms of printing and postage costs, possibly a little bit of staff saving in the longer term, and that's where the 12,500 figure comes from. More in terms of the actual role of staff, one member of staff, if this is agreed, would support the work of the Member Officer Working Group and the Universal Credit Pilot, particularly researching, gathering national and local information and assessing the impact and disseminating that information to members. And the second post would be specifically...
Getting rather concerned that there's information there that would have been better in front of members so that we could have made a decision.
Leader, I'm sorry, I've got to step in as governance officer here. I apologise to my colleagues. Perhaps I should have looked a bit more closely at this report. I think what's coming across from all members here is that you are asking an awful lot of questions about an awful lot of things, and you can probably be given the information, but not in an appropriate form and an appropriate fashion. Can I suggest that we work up the projects that we've got that we think meet the Change Fund, put them to the appropriate committees, allow the committee to determine if they want to proceed with them. And I do appreciate the point that Councillor Smith will no doubt make back to me. This is stopping expenditure, but I don't think that I can say to members that I'm comfortable with you committing to expenditure, even in principle, without having a lot more detail and a lot more information to enable you to come to a decision on the basis of fullest information. I apologise. Perhaps I took my off the ball and should have had a bit more input into this report. I'll accept the responsibility for it.
With that, we'll defer this item on the advice given by the governance officer. Move now. Chief Executive.
Sorry, Leader, the recommendation wanted members to agree to was that we would put change bids, all of it back through the service committees. The service committees to recommend back to this committee. That's what we'd be suggesting that members look to agree.
Councillor Smith.
Just on that, I mean, I think that, to be perfectly honest, this sums up the issue of the welfare reform really not meeting the criteria. We're kind of trying to grab at meeting the criteria. So the pilot scheme, which everybody probably knows about, is going to make savings in terms of printing costs, but the 2 additional members of staff might not necessarily be directly involved in that. And I think that does sum up the issue with the change fund. We're trying to squeeze it to meet the particular criteria. But are we now saying we're now changing the policy of the change fund to say that all the bids, because I'm presuming there's several other bids out there from departments, have to go to service committees before they come to policy committee? Is that what we're saying?
I think that might be something that I would want to discuss with the Chief Executive and Mr Garrett. I think it might be fair that things went through the Service Committee in the first instance. Obviously, the difficulty is it's a chicken and egg. You control the Change Fund. The Service Committee could do an awful lot of work making a bid under the Change Fund for you to say, no, we're not going to, we don't think it meets the criterion. So we'll need to find a way around that. But at the moment, if you're agreeable, the 4 issues that are before you can be worked up, taken through appropriate committees and back to this committee. I would certainly want to look at what else is remaining against bids for the Change Fund, but perhaps members would bear with us and we can discuss, Paul and I can discuss that with the Chief.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, and I didn't get to the last working group, the Welfare Reform Officer Member Working Group, but I do remember that on the working group that there was spoken of that perhaps there was more staff needed. Surely that's a budget pressure issue rather than change fund. It was also unclear at the meeting, one of the 2 meetings I have attended, as to what department was doing what. That was still unclear, and there wasn't the information coming out of the government on these issues. So we have an issue here, and I hear what's being said in terms of back to the Service Committee. What Service Committee would welfare reform go back to, just as a point of information and clarification, because it's not back to surely the working group that has no powers, decision-making powers.
My understanding that item would be referred back to Policy and Resources, because we're the parent committee for C and CS or CES, whichever one. C and CS. Yep. Councillor Marshall, Councillor Geddes and Councillor Dyke.
Just one point. Before Alec actually stepped in, I'm glad he did step in, because I could hear Carol's words, there's not enough information here to take a decision, member, and remind us that. And that was obviously the case here. But obviously these have been worked up and there's a level of detail there, and that's went to the corporate management team. They've been given all the information and they've taken a decision whether or not, yes, to go proceed with these ones. So I think if we are, taking them through service committees, I think we have to, recognise that we have to give them sufficient information based on the information that's been given to the corporate management team, so that we can actually take proper and right decisions, and then it should come back to us, and we should have that kind of information as well.
Councillor Geddes.
Thanks, Leader. As far as I'm concerned, it's already been said by Councillor Smith, among others, we've got this the wrong way around, and I would hope, in fact, that we can take a decision today. I'm not into making policy in the hoof, let me make that clear, but that we take a decision today to ensure that in future such applications, they go to the relevant committees first before they come here. And I would hope that that could be incorporated into our decision-making process for this item today, sir.
Councillor Dyke.
Happy to move on.
Right. Move on to item 8, shared admin and corporate property. Mr. Haswell.
Thanks, Leader. This is very much a progress report. I've nothing to add to the report. I'm quite happy to take members' questions.
Councillor Smith.
And maybe just I was getting a bit confused with, but I remember seeing a report some time ago about various electrical works in the council HQ, and the figure that was quoted then was well over £1 million, I think. Is it because we've already carried out some of the work in here, which obviously doesn't involve fixing the heating, I think, but we've already carried out a lot of that electrical work in here. Is the reason why it's only now 710,000? We're absolutely clear that will, frankly, fix the problem. I don't mean the heating problem, I mean the electrical problem. That is enough, frankly.
Mr. Nelson.
You're absolutely correct. We've already carried out electrical rewire in parts of the building, including here, so that's why the figure is slightly lower. And that should then now complete the electrical infrastructure issues that we do have in this building.
Councillor Lever.
Might answer that bloody question in that case. What's a calorifier?
Glad you asked that, because I was having
the common name is a hot water cylinder. A hot water cylinder.
If there's no further questions, if we move to recommendations, we're being asked to agree the current position on the 2012-13 shared admin and corporate property maintenance and development block capital programme for 12-13 as indicated in Table 1. Agreed. The ongoing development of priority projects in the shared admin and corporate property capital programmes in 13-14. And the inclusion of the projects in Table 2 within the shared admin and corporate property 12-13 and 13-14 capital maintenance programmes. That's no dissent. Move on to item 9, Community and Customer Services Capital Programme. And is there anything to add to the report? Happy to answer questions.
Happy to take questions, Chair.
Over to members. Any questions? Councillor Smith and Councillor Carson.
What's on the 3G pitch, and it's particularly the Stranraer issue that we're obviously spending money on putting floodlights there, but I mean, I could be wrong, but did the PPP contract we have not stipulate that we put floodlights in at Stranraer Academy?
No. There was a subsequent report to Education Committee where we agreed that we would actually remove that particular aspect of the issue from the PPP contract to enable the entire project to be done as a winner. My understanding is that we're now negotiating that back in regarding ongoing facilities maintenance. You'll recall that there was a condition of the 3G pitches that a community organisation, notably in Stranraer's issue, Stranraer Football Club, agreed to take over responsibility. That was a condition of the Sport Scotland grant. So we extracted it from the PP contract, and we're now looking at what other work's required to be done. I think there were in fact, or may have been savings to the council. I'm quite happy to get chapter and verse for Councillor Smith.
I'm just to be clear, we're not paying for it twice, basically, is the bottom line. Yeah.
I am assured we're not paying for it twice, sir, because I asked exactly the same questions you've asked.
Councillor Carson.
Okay, just very concerned at the 138,000 overspend on the 3G pitches. You know, we live in Dumfries and Galloway, and I realise there's been a lot of rain, but I just can't quite get my head round how we could possibly spend that sort of money taking away soft material and bringing in hardcore or whatever. I'm sure there's more to the story than just requiring more infill or hardcore or whatever.
I can provide you more information on that, but primarily it has to do with the removal of slurry, which is basically what happened to the mud that was there, and the reintroduction of granular material. But I can provide you with more information after this.
Councillor Maitland.
It was with respect to the sports pitches renovation programme, and rather like other members, it's a question of what was to be expected under the PPP system and what was not to be expected to be done under PPP. Now, I remember, with respect to the Kakubri pitches, that the PPP was to bring them up to a certain level, and my understanding was that as part of Sport Scotland, accepting the fact that sports pitches were reduced, they would keep them at that level. Now, I'm quite surprised to see from an audit report that that was not the case, and I think that will come as news to quite a number of members, Leader. So I wonder if, when we get a report back with respect to the sports pitches renovation programme, could that be included to explain what actually did happen? Because I don't believe that we should be renovating Kakubri sports pitches. I think that should have been done under the PPP.
Mr. Greason. You might have to use Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Lydia. I can happy to provide that information as and when that report comes back. I would say that the programme as detailed in this report will be for community-based pitches and not the pitches that are based at our school sites.
Councillor Dyke.
was just really on the back of what Councillor Carson mentioned about the £138,000 overspend. And if we were taking wet material out and bringing sub-base in, then a 20-tonne lorry load of sub-base is at maximum cost £400. So we must have been extracting and putting in a huge number of lorry loads of material. It just seems ridiculous. So I'd be happy to see what figures and breakdown of exactly what was going on. I'm quite interested in that.
I believe there were thousands of tons. But I can provide you with more detail on that.
Yeah, I think rather than just the details of how many lorries at hardcore we had, I think we actually need to look back at how the tenders were put in. You know, if I was building a house, I would be pretty annoyed if the builder came back after 6 months of wet weather and said he was adding 10-20% onto the price of the house. It's such a huge overspend that I just wonder whether there's been an issue in the tendering process, and this should have been wet weather should have been taken care of during that process.
Councillor Carruthers.
Same point, Chair. I remember saying it's 7.8% over. I was on a job, I think it was the Dumfries bypass. It started at 14 million for the same reasons, run on to 20 million, which is near 45% overspend at the time. So I have seen this and quite a variance on it over the years.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, reference has been made, Chair, to the Sports Pavilion, Stair Park, Stranraer. Are we talking about Stair Park, or are we talking about Stranraer Academy there? With reference to the 3G pitch, because it would be Stranraer Academy, because there is a bone of contention as to, you know, where the 3G pitch actually went. And if it's added expenditure, then this would not bear out in terms of Stair Park, and where that was one of the original considerations that the 3G should go to. So are we talking about Stranraer Academy rather than Stair Park on that one? Likewise, reference has been made to 3.4.3 in terms of sports pitches renovation programme. And again, in terms of, yes, we have got a 3G pitch in Stranraer, but there are other areas of the Wigtonshire area, and we've looked at and put that as a priority in terms of not only the mugger pitches, but also the grass pitches. Will this increase that potential for spend to go alongside any commitment that area committees give?
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Councillor Scobie's absolutely right. We're talking about Stair Park, not Stranraer Academy. And in fact, this development in terms of the sports provision and the potential for community transfer came about through the very positive dialogue and discussion we've had with Stranraer FC. So that's very much a good news story. In terms of the second element to the question and the sports pitches, we've done quite a lot of work recently in terms of evaluating the current condition of our sports pitches and exactly what's required, and that will be prioritised as part of the programme moving forward. So it's over and above the 3G pitches, it's grass sport pitches, and it's been an assessment that's been taken across the whole region, which will prioritise evidence of need in terms of what's required on these pitches.
Further questions? We've moved to the recommendations. We've been asked to agree the current position of the Community and Customer Services Maintenance and Development Block Capital Programmes for 2012-13 as indicated at Table 1. The ongoing development of priority projects for 13-14 and the inclusion of the projects within the Community and Customer Services Capital Programme as tabled at Table 2 and Appendix 1. Move on now to item 10, Strategic Framework for Third Sector Budgets. And we have Mr. Hay. Is there anything you need to add to the report, or are you happy to answer questions?
Happy to go straight to questions, Leader, thanks.
Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's basically with regards to 2.1, Labour Group feels that, the Village Hall improvement scheme, we also actually asked that that should actually be changed. I think a couple of meetings back we asked that that doesn't really reflect, the amount of kind of groups that can actually apply for that. It should be a community halls improvement scheme, because it covers, council-owned buildings, have got management committees. But we do feel that, to actually put it to area committee might actually dilute the scheme. So we would actually prefer that it was actually left centrally and actually administered from that. And the fallback position would be that if it did go to area committee, it would have to be ring-fenced funding. But we just want a little bit more information why we feel that it has to go to area committee. It's working okay. The people that administer that do it very professionally. A lot of the smaller communities in particular actually value the scheme, and we just think if we actually dilute the funding down into area committee, it's not ring fenced, then it will be used for other things. And I think it's an important fund, so we would prefer that, and I'll move that we actually keep it, under this committee.
Mr. Hay.
Thanks, Leader. Certainly the main reason why it's suggested or proposed that it's delegated to area committees is this P&R committee back in August said that due to the strategic nature of the P&R committee, it's something that perhaps should be delegated to area committee on that basis. Absolutely agree with Councillor Marshall's comment about the committee staff involved in the programme, and regardless of how it's administered in the future, they would still very much be involved in making this work. If the money was allocated to area committee, it would then obviously fall to that area committee to decide whether or not they put a priority on community-owned assets, community-owned facilities, and their wider discretionary budget could in principle also be used to supplement and increase the investment in that area. At the moment, there's only 150k across the whole region for this budget, and the principle of applying it to the area committee budget is that they would then have the larger budget to also utilise for that purpose if they deemed it to be a priority.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. And just a wee query on, you've got a recommendation of 2.6, which takes into account 711, 712 and 713 on page 68. And 712, I'm just a wee bit concerned about classing the Dumfries and Galloway Care Trust shop mobility as specifically for Nisdale, when everybody knows it is based in the Lobers, it is based in Dumfries. But, people come from Stranraer, get the bus into Dumfries to come from Annan, they come from all over the place, and they're the ones that actually use that shop mobility scheme. Their tourists come into the town, not from the Dumfries, not from this Nisdale area. They use that shop mobility scheme. So I'm just a bit concerned about classing this shop mobility scheme as purely for Nisdale, and that's why the budget is being withdrawn from that.
Thanks, Leader. Certainly when the lead officer was consulted, their view was that this project was predominantly of an impact to the Nisdale area, but I certainly take your point.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, I would have to say, sir, I'm somewhat disappointed at what I would take to be slippage, as it were, and the need to go down, a further years rolling over, for want of a better term, and giving additional grants. As far as I'm concerned, sir, the way forward must inevitably be via the commissioning process. It ties into the single outcome agreement, it ties into our 6 priorities, and really we should be doing everything we possibly can to get off down the route and get this matter resolved on that basis. We are where we are, and I accept that it would be probably inequitable and unreasonable not to accept at this stage that there should be a further period of rollover, but I would wish to place on record, as I say, my concern that we are where that we have not got this addressed and got it resolved. Going back to the point earlier on that Councillor Marshall raised, Mr Hayes' answer, I would have to say that I personally would be prepared to go down the route proposed in the report, standing, in my view, Leader, It's a logical development, as it were, from the decision that this committee took in August of this year. I'd like to make that clear, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson, could you switch your mic off, please? I think it interferes with the recording. Councillor Crothers.
Thanks, Chair. I would agree with Councillor Geddes that just his comments are aligned for that. Just a question on the Village Hall Improvement Scheme budget. Can it be allocated to council-owned buildings? That's a question. And I think maybe as this budget, if it does go through and it does transfer, maybe it's only about right to ask area committee in the first instance to recognise where this budget's come from and its potential reallocation at that time.
Thanks, Leader. The current criteria states that it can be a council-owned building, but it's got to be operated by a community organisation or owned by the community organisation. That's the current criteria.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, it's just to that point, Chair, and I think it was a considerable number of years ago that there were 2 officers charged with going out there and trying to get the communities to take a greater role on the community halls, taking management or indeed ownership. And that's been very slow. I think the Wigton area still remains where in the main the halls are still owned by the council and managed by the council. And I just wonder if, within this document and to the question asked by Councillor Crothers, they are kept wind and watertight, but in terms of development, what's needed by the halls, it's very low in expenditure. And they cannot tap into this money because they are not managed or owned by the community. And it's that almost, for want of a better term, dragging of its heels in terms of getting the communities to take them on. Bearing in mind it will be their ultimate decision, but whether we're putting in enough effort into that for the halls to be managed as they are in the main across the region.
Thanks, Leader. Councillor Scobie is quite right that a key issue for a community looking to take on a currently council-owned facility is they don't simply want to take on a white elephant and inherit the problems that the council currently face. So in terms of the current portfolio of council, village and town halls, that's dealt with through our capital programme. What we do want to do is ensure that when a community expresses an interest at taking over a village or town hall and running it as a community asset, as has happened on a number of occasions throughout Dumfries and Galloway very successfully, that they go into it with their eyes fully open. And certainly a real push from this council is to work in partnership with communities that have got those aspirations and do all we can either to build the capacity or to give them the confidence to do it. This relatively small budget is simply to add value to that process for communities who have actually got the ownership or a responsibility for running them. So it's as well as the council's capital programme for properties that we currently own.
Yeah, could I come back on that one? Because I'm not quite sure if Mr Hay was actually saying that, notwithstanding it comes out of the capital budget, that to encourage, and he did use the word encourage, it's this council that will encourage that we will bring the hall up to a standard, then transfer, because that's the rub of it. The communities don't want to take them on, and see it as a burden. That if there is this, then there will be greater expenditure on the village hall to bring them up to a standard where we set the standard, then transfer. I'm not quite sure if that was what actually was being said there, if that could be clarified and agreed that that's the position of this council.
Certainly, when we work with a community that expresses an interest, what we obviously want to do is make sure that any asset transfer is sustainable. There's absolutely no point the council transferring a community hall over to a group that if after a couple of years it comes back. One of the distinct advantages of a community taking over the hall is that it can get access to other sources of funding that the council simply cannot. And I think what we generally do to date, and I can cite a couple of examples, is that there's a gradual transition that there's a couple of examples where the council still retains the responsibility for making the property wind and watertight, and it allows the community to start to stand on its own feet. So I think every case has got to be looked at on its own merits, but certainly the last thing the council would want to do is transfer a facility that would just cause problems for the community in the future.
Councillor Maitland.
Yes, but on that last point, Leader, movement is glacial with respect to taking over village halls. And indeed, why on earth would you do it if you didn't have to? There was no sort of no reason to do it. Why would you? You have your hall done up, but you continue to allow the council to basically to look after it and to provide some staff to provide support. So I mean, why on earth would you do that? I have to say, I think there's something slightly wrong with this. It won't surprise you to know that I don't think the Stewartry is being looked after properly here. It has mostly community-owned halls. It's simply historic. It's been like that. But it's going to be given the very smallest amount of money in order to help those communities continue to support their hall. So I would suggest that we should be thinking about what we need to support in each community. What level of public money goes into each community to provide a space to meet publicly. And I would think on that basis, I think we should hold the money centrally while we think that one through. Because we're in the middle of doing that sort of work, I think, through the SNAPPy review. And I think it all ties in together with that. So, I mean, if there was a suggestion just to hang on to that pro tem centrally while we consider that, I think that would be a fairer thing to do.
Councillor Dick.
Could I just turn to a different matter? 6.3, the rollovers there. What are we commissioning these groups? Can I have more information on what we're commissioning them to do and what they will offer the council?
Thanks, Leader. The commissions have yet to be prepared. It wouldn't necessarily be the organisation cited in 6.3 that would take forward those services, but it would be linked very much to the overarching theme. So, for example, the Dumfries and Galloway Accessible Transport Forum, what we're suggesting is that the budget currently allocated to that organisation is put into a community transport commission to provide community transport, and that would be then led by PH&E. So it doesn't necessarily mean to say that it's the nature of the services that these organisations currently specifically provide, but it's the overarching topic, if you like, Councillor Dick.
Councillor Dick.
Thank you. It's actually on exactly the same issue, but my point was going to ask about, I mean, if we are being provided a service that seems to be working well and that you're going to ask for that service to be provided again in the next 2 years, and then you're transferring the service in-house, I would just want to be clear that, I know there's a committee decision, but I would want to be clear that the service was to be of a similar standard or better than what's being provided at the moment if you're moving it in-house.
Thanks, Leader. We're not saying, sorry, that in this report that services would be moved in-house. This committee previously agreed that it wanted a greater push towards the commissioning of services. And what we've found over a number of years is that when we go through the traditional grant process, an organisation submits an application that outlines what it wishes to do in exchange for that funding. And then the council has got to try and, in a transparent way, assess that against what the impact would be against council priorities, for example. What we're now suggesting is that the council's clear what it wants delivered and what outcomes it wants to achieve that helps contribute towards what our priorities are, and the commission would be taken forward and written on that basis. So external organisations, for example, would then have to approach the council and say, well, this is what you're wanting delivered, these are the outcomes, this is how you would be able to manage and monitor that, and we would then enter into that commissioning type partnership. So we're not saying it would be in-house delivery, but what we are saying is that it would be far greater aligned to what the council wants to achieve.
Can I just come back on that point? So it wouldn't preclude anybody who's already delivering that service to come forward to suggest they could do it if they could carry out that commissioning.
Correct.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
Thanks, Chairman. Harry keeps saying we've sort of deviated away from village halls and town halls or mentioned community halls. Would the Lordburn Hall count as a community hall? In your sort of definition now, you've included town halls and community halls.
If it's owned or managed by a community, then it could be. If it's not, it wouldn't currently meet the criteria.
I'm rather thinking apparently it's owned by the common good, so therefore the common good isn't actually the council. Would that qualify for grant?
At the risk of, I see the great big hook that Councillor McCaughtrey's hung out there, sir. An absolute hook. There will be much clarity given to the Common Good Fund Subcommittee when he meets before Christmas about exactly what the Common Good Fund is, exactly what property is owned by the Common Good and where the Common Good Fund rests. It is not owned by the community. This council administers a Common Good Fund. It's one of your accounts which you administer. It's another council account, the same as the General Fund and the HRA account. Oh, we don't have one of those now.
But if we give it to the community, it would qualify.
Community like to buy it, sir. I'm quite sure the Common Good Fund Subcommittee would be prepared to sell it to them. Chairman, can I say to Councillor McCaughtrey, much as I'm enjoying this, I think we're getting off the subject.
Councillor Geddes.
Aye, follow that. To me, that's the best Sugarling Ale leader in 2012. Well done, Tom. But seriously, going back to the other issue, and I make no apologies for reinforcing the point that Mr. Hayes already made about commissioning. I'm not an ideologue, and I like to think I'm not. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter too much to me whether or not the service is provided in-house or out-house, for want of a better term. As long as we drop the commission and we ensure, in fact, that we invite those that are capable of providing it to come forward, make their bid to do so, subject it to critical analysis and get the best value for money, and most importantly of all, the best standard of service for the community that we can get. That, as I've already said, Leader, is the route down which, as far as I'm concerned, we must go.
Councillor McGregor.
Councillor Geddes has actually covered the point eloquently as ever, which is fine, and I think it does need to be replicated through third sector. They're massive budgets. We've done the same through the childcare strategy review. We know exactly what our partner providers are expected of them and vice versa. Same for the home care. And I think with the amount of money that's involved in these third sector grants, it is absolutely essential that we look at the outcomes, what we want delivered, and then we make sure that the best people do that for the best amount of money. So I would agree with the sentiments of Councillor Geddes and your reassurance.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Thanks, Chair. Just something that concerns me is 9.3. It's to do with the, if we make a decision today, some organisations might have to be issued with a 90-day notice for redundancy, but it's not clear in the report, maybe rightly so, if we make a decision today that we're going to affect organisations that require a 90-day notice. I've been looking and I can't find how that ties in. That's quite a serious decision we're taking, but I'm not sure where in the report it identifies, maybe confidentially, you don't want to be out there in the public domain, but we're making a decision that might affect somebody's livelihood, and I'm not sure it's captured in the report.
Thanks, Leader. The issue is simply cited as a risk because for organisations that receive and indeed rely upon council funding, it may be something that they need to consider. Any decisions made today, as outlined in the report, are very much dependent upon the wider council's budget development process. And as per every other financial year, organisations do not actually have a definitive position until budget setting in February. So we're simply highlighting it as a risk, one that we're very mindful of, and we do try and ensure that good communication happens with external organisations that do receive grant funding from us. So I'm not for 1 minute suggesting that there's going to be any specific organisation that will fall foul of this risk, but certainly it's a risk that needs to be managed.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, again, it's building on what Councillor Geddes and many others have said in terms of the commissioning and particular reference to 7.9 in terms of tendering process. where, you know, it's been said that, you know, we roll over that from 6 months to a year in terms of the commissioning process, if I'm reading this correctly. And, you know, Mr. Hayes referred to the risks associated. It goes from 7.9 in terms of the timetable on to 7.10 in the lead services, and then it makes reference to in 7.11 to the furniture project and the third sector budget of 29,000. And it's on that basis, you know, in terms of if it is to be applied under this discretionary grant and then put to area committee, some of the, you know, area committee could poke at the idea of the total sum, and then rather than the commissioning, then they get a lesser grant and then they're unable to perform the services that they currently do deliver and many of the communities enjoy. So it's, you know, that risk associated with that, you know, the third sector organisation gets the continuity, that the funding is there, so be it that it may be on approval or recommendation from policy and resources, that continues on the same level of funding. So, you know, it's not left to area committees then to determine, and then it's matched against how much money is being handed out. And similarly, in 8.2, it refers to the NHS grants, and I see no reference in here, and I take it that it does not refer to our day centres. I know the Community Health and Social Care Partnership Board tend to deal with that, you know, that, and they're going through a commissioning process as well that's delayed. But this does not refer to the day centres. I just want that clarification. But it's on that, you know, we don't just defer things to the area committee for disbursement of discretionary grants. Then we start altering, you know, what would be a commissioning role.
Thanks, Leader. Councillor Scobie mentioned continuity of service, which is obviously very, very important. And the proposals that are outlined in this report, I think, do all possible to try and achieve that. What we need to do is once that we enter into the commissioning process, the timetable that's outlined in 7.9 is very much prescribed by procurement legislation. So that's the timetable that we've got to follow. What we didn't want to do was impact the transition from the grant process to the commissioning process, and need to try and make it as seamless as possible. Hence why potential partners, commissioning partners, and ourselves have got this time to work towards services being commissioned. So hence why we're recommending that the grants are rolled over. In terms of Sederunt Furniture project, in dialogue with the project and the council service that is currently the lead for that, the reason that at this stage it's not been considered as a regional project or indeed to be subject to commissioning is simply that it only provides services within the Sederunt area of Dumfries and Galloway, and that organisation has already been contacted to say we will do all we can to either signpost or support other alternative funding sources. And I think the last point was in relation to NHS. The figure in 8.2 is separate to the budget that Councillor Scobie referred to.
Right. There's no further hands. We'll move to recommendations. I propose to take them one at a time. Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. Could Mr Hay confirm that if the village hall budget is moved to the area committees, the hall management committees will require to bid into that fund just the same as other organisations do?
Thanks, Leader. The principle of what we're proposing here is that the 150k would be allocated across the 4 area committees. Now, Policy and Resources Committee may wish to make some conditions in terms of how an area committee then uses it, and it's then for the area committee to decide exactly what weighting, what priority they want to give that budget spend. So, for example, an area committee may put community-owned assets as a higher priority than another, and they may wish to use their wider budgets to bolster any investment. But community organisations would still be required to apply using the normal process. And what we're suggesting is that it would be an area committee that would then make that decision in relation to their own village halls, as opposed to the central P&R committee.
Right. I think we'll take the recommendations one at a time. So it's 2.1. Councillor Marshall.
Did put a motion, but I would like to amend the motion on the basis that I think if we are to devolve it to area committees, then the minimum should, the amounts that are going out, that should be the minimum that's ring fenced to safeguard the scheme.
Councillor Maitland.
I'm sorry, I don't completely understand. I wonder if Councillor Marshall would be prepared to sort of explain about what exactly he means about the minimum. I think fundamentally we've got an inequitable spread, bearing in mind how village halls are spread across and the ownership and the numbers. I think we've got an inequitable arrangement currently. And so I'm quite happy, whatever it is, whether it's an amendment or a motion, whatever it is, Leader, to propose that we do not accept 2.1 as it stands, and that we remit to officers to come up with an equitable arrangement for the disbursement of these funds, taking into account that council-run village halls and town halls are treated differently to community-run halls right across the region. We've got to come up with some arrangement whereby we can assist communities to take on their own halls. And at the moment, you haven't got a system to do that. You are simply penalising the stewardship for having fewer people in its area.
Councillor Marshall.
Just to clarify, I agree with the previously agreed formula, so it would be on the basis ring fenced on the amounts that suggested, that broke down into the 4 areas of the 150,000.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, I was minded, sir, to move or amend or whatever, or counter amend if need be, that the recommendation of 2.1 be adopted as submitted.
Councillor Crowther.
I'll be happy to second that. If subject, the only thing I'd like him to add to that, if possible, is that what I said in my initial comments. When this does go to area committees, that they take cognizance where it has come from, and then when they agree the criteria at that point, hopefully they will take cognizance. But that will be up for each area committee as they receive that report.
Well, my understanding is the motion that's been moved is as per recommendation. There is a proposal from Councillor Marshall that you agree the allocations of money, but ring fence that fund at area committee.
And basically the recommendation has to go from this committee to the area committees. It's up to them to decide, so it's exactly what Councillor Crowther is saying.
And then there's a proposal from Councillor Maitland that it's taken away for a further report to look at the allocation.
Leader, so far Councillor Geddes is a seconder and Councillor McGregor. Does Councillor Maitland or Marshall have seconders?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to second Councillor Marshall. I think we have to send a clear view that the money should be ring-fenced by area committee, not just to have cognizance. I think it should be ring-fenced to protect those budgets.
Poor old Stuart is going to get left out then. Can I have my dissent recorded?
Mr. Haswell.
Thank you, Leader. You have a motion and an amendment. The motion is by Councillor Geddes and it's seconded by Councillor McGregor, and that is the recommendation 2.1 be adopted, i.e. that the Village Halls Improvement Scheme budget be allocated to the area committee discretionary budget as from 13-14 and administered as outlined in the report. The amendment by Councillor Marshall, seconded by Councillor Smith, is that the Village Halls Improvement Scheme budget is allocated to the area committee discretionary budgets, with effect from the same time, but that the monies allocated are ring-fenced for the use on community village halls improvement scheme issues. Is that correct, sir? Yeah. Are you ready to proceed to the vote, Leader? Yes. Leader?
Motion.
Deputy Leader? Motion. Councillor Crothers? Councillor Carson? Councillor Dick? Councillor Dykes? Councillor Geddes? Councillor Lever? Councillor McGregor? Councillor Maitland? Councillor Marshall? Councillor McCausty? Councillor McClung? Councillor McComb? Councillor Nicholson? Councillor Ogilvie? Councillor Scobie? Councillor Smith? Motion's carried by 10 votes to 7 with 1 abstention.
Item 2.2 to transfer 33,400 from the Regional Grants Budget 2013-14 to support the Arts Commissioning process as detailed in Section 6.2. 2.3 to roll over 58,900 of the Regional Grants Budget for the financial year 13-14 to allow service delivery to continue while the commissioning process is undertaken as detailed in Section 6.3 of this report. 2.4 to agree, if in agreement with 2.2 and 2.3 above, that the remaining balance of the Regional Grants Budget 6,700 be allocated to the Area Committee discretionary budgets as from financial year 13-14 as outlined in Section 6.4. 2.5 to roll over the amounts indicated to the organisations detailed in Appendix in the form of a grant for the financial year 13-14, these grants being the subject of appropriate contract and monitoring arrangement. 2.6 to the amount of 108,597 from the former third sector budget 12-13 being held in reserve in order to support commissioning activity as detailed in sections 7.11 to 7.13 of this report. Councillor Nicholson.
Chair, as I said at the beginning about Dumfries and Galloway, and the name says something as well, Dumfries and Galloway Care Trust, short mobility. I think that should be kept, that money should not be kept for the use in that 2.6. I think the money should be retained and Dumfries and Galloway Care Trust short mobility should be kept in as a, you know, that short mobility should be kept in as a commission, for commission. Because as I said before, it is not in this deal, the actual name tells you it's the Dumfries and Galloway. It's used by tourists, it's used by people for Stunrally, it's used by people for Barney, it's used by everybody. So it's not just specific for this deal.
Thank you, Chair. Just on that, I don't have any evidence of who's using it. So, you know, my assumption would be that it is Nithsdale based, and I use that particular shopping centre myself quite a lot. Maybe it would be useful if they're able to provide some information about the sort of geographical spread of users in the future, even just from members' information, because you know, I simply don't know whether it is Nithsdale area based or regionally based, or in fact nationally based, you know, service. So it might be useful to get that information for a future report. Sorry? You said tourists, sorry, they could have come from Inverness.
Through the chair, please. Councillor Geddes.
Oh, can I suggest in the circumstances so that we defer consideration of this today and get the relevant information to allow us to make an informed decision?
Councillor Maitland.
It's perfectly obvious this benefits Nithsdale principally, and so I suggest you get on with it. Agree the recommendation.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I've made my thoughts known on 7.11 in terms of the continuity, you know, in terms of the Commission, and equally that should apply to area committee in the discretionary grants, and provided that there is enough money for us to deal with that, that this 108,000 is not going to affect our ability to fund the furniture project, so be it that it's pertinent to the Wigtown area.
Councillor Dick.
I'll second Councillor Maitland.
Councillor Nicholson.
Well, Liz, I'll withdraw my motion and second Councillor Geddes to defer it. I think, if the logic takes, expressed by the people takes hold, it means that the short mobility would then restrict everything to people in this deal.
Those people moving the recommendations, are they therefore proposing that if this did go to the committee to be funded, it would be only restricted to people who actually are resident in this deal? Because that's the logic, obviously, of the proposal and the argument being made. So just maybe to help, if we had some clarity on that, that you're actually restricting it only to people with a postcode in this deal, based on your proposal.
Councillor Cochran.
I think that's the problem. If you're asking the area committee to pick up the tab, the area committee can make that it's up to them to decide who gets the money and why. And if we say only folk from this deal can use that facility, I mean, I know at the moment, because I pass by there every day, when we get the tour buses in the summertime, there's some people who are quite frail. They make their way up there, and they hire one of these mobility scooters to get around the town with their colleagues. Most people in Dumfries who've got these mobility scooters, and there's 2 or 3 in my area, use their own one. They don't hire one. They've got one. They can access the buses and walk side when including and get on the buses there and come into town. They can access the buses in Georgetown. It's mainly used by people out with the town of Dumfries. And I think, let's check the facts first before we commit the area committee to denying people from out with this deal.
Councillor Carson.
I agree with Councillor Maitland. I think it would be a different situation if people could take these mobility vehicles and drive them to Castle Douglas and do their shopping there. But I think it's restricted to Nithsdale, so I would agree with Councillor Maitland.
Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. Surely the purpose of this scheme is to enhance the shopping experience in Dumfries and to make Dumfries more attractive to shoppers from elsewhere.
Mr Haswell, I believe we have a motion and amendment.
I think we do, Leader. The motion, as I understand it, from Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor Dick, is that the recommendation detailed at paragraph 2.6 of this report be adopted. The amendment, as I understand it, by Councillor Geddes, seconded by Councillor Nicholson, is that the recommendation at 2.6 be deferred pending clarification of the usage and availability of the Dumfries and Galloway Care Trust shop mobility. So you'll be deferring all of 2.6 pending that clarification. The alternative is that you adopt 2.6. Is that clear, Leader? Yes? Thank you. Are you ready to proceed to the vote? Leader?
Amendment.
Deputy Leader? Councillor Crothers? Councillor Carson? Councillor Dick? Councillor Dykes? Councillor Geddes? Councillor Lever? Councillor McGregor? Councillor Maitland? Councillor Marshall? Councillor McCaughtrey? Councillor McClung? Councillor McComb? Councillor Nicholson? Councillor Ogilvie? Councillor Scobie? And Councillor Smith. The amendment is carried by 11 votes to 7. You have therefore deferred consideration of that recommendation.
And 2.7, to those services as detailed in the appendix being commissioned as from the 1st of April 2014, consistent with the agreed timeline. Agreed? Take it, no dissent. And 2.8, to the council services who will be responsible for commissioning the services as detailed in the appendix. No dissent? Well, thanks for that, Mr. Hay. I notice it's nigh on 1 o'clock, 10 to 1. I've noticed people sort of suggesting it's cold, maybe a warm up and a cup of tea or something, and if there's something to eat, we'll break for lunch until 1:30. Item 11, Community Safety Strategic Commissioning and Update. We have a report before us. Have you anything to add to the report, Mr. Graveston?
Just very briefly, Leader, if I may, in picking up the theme earlier of assessment of quality of service. Previously, members will be aware that we had 2 KPIs in relation to community safety. The Commission before you today has 14 KPIs and supplementary PIs, and certainly allows for a greater operational and scrutiny, both in terms of the Community Safety Partnership, the area committees and the Policy and Resources and DG First Management Committee. But happy to take any questions that members have got, Leader.
Councillor Scobie, Councillor McCoftry.
Yeah, Chair, I'm sure Richard or Mr. Greaves will bear it out. This is a big issue in terms of antisocial behaviour and noise and nuisance, I think we really need to be improving on the KPIs and the SPIs indeed in that respect. It's not a new thing, and Richard and I have had this discussion. The Act came out in 2004, and I think at one of at the recent Planning, Housing and Environment Services, and an issue that was endorsed at the full council last week, it referred to trained personnel, people who officers who have been trained up, where indeed I think that was factually incorrect, particularly at the time when it was reported, and indeed it may still be the case, where we have community officers, either as wardens or antisocial behaviour officers, so the new enforcement officers are still not fully trained up, Chair, in that respect. But, I did ask at full council, or at least we tabled a motion at full council, that indeed we do improve on the KPIs. Many of them, in terms of, the strategy, where we pass this over to, under community safety partnership, we pass it over to landlords who do not have the equipment for measuring noise, and in many cases there are 2 victims. There are one that the complainer is complaining against, and where we are unable to validate that complaint, then it is also the person who's been complained against. So in that respect, Chair, we need to improve on our strategy. We need to be upgrading that, but not only in the sense of now. The Act, as I say, has been out since 2004. So, there are cases out there that have been going on for 4 and many years and still not being addressed. So they need to be addressed much quicker under a KPI. We need to be looking at the protocol, and I've already asked at full council that I meet with the governance officer to see how we can improve on that, because we've got to have the confidence in passing over the authority if we do decide, and that's part of the protocol, that organisation is capable of carrying out what is required under the Act. And I've continually asked what is our legal responsibility. Indeed, one has come back and said we're better dealing with it under Civic Government Act rather than the Antisocial Behaviour Act. And that includes noise nuisance under Section 5 as well. So rather than a question, Chair, I think that we need to be looking from the Community Safety Partnership a great deal more. And I think it's reflected in the document, where 72.8% of the people surveyed live in fear of antisocial behaviour, which reflects a poor reflection on the Council being able to respond to that. So in that respect, Chair, I think that this authority should be looking for an improvement in the service and indeed improving on the KPIs against what we put out to other organisations, Chair.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
Yeah, just on 342, it's going to be reporting on a quarterly basis community safety partnership, annual basis to Policy and Resources Committee. What about operationally? Are you going to be reporting to DG first on a bi-monthly basis?
Leader, my understanding from discussions with the Director that it would go to DG First Board twice yearly and also to each area committee twice yearly as part of the performance reporting on their business plan.
I mean, if you're going to go to the Community Safety Partnership, which is just a talking shop anyway, it's got no powers, then really it should be going to the appropriate committee on the same time scale. Because I don't see why an outside body should have information that elected members aren't getting.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. One or two things. Just I'll touch on the KPIs first. In 3.4, it's saying the document is attached an agreement and includes clear and measurable KPIs for the new integrated community safety service. And if you turn to the KPIs, I understand, you know, that there's descriptions of, you know, what they want to achieve in that, but KPIs are absolutely worthless without targets. And if you look down that target, where it says targets, most of them, apart from one I think, which is a statutory indicator, is still to be determined. So it doesn't say clear and measurable KPIs to me. That it says, you know, it says something else. On the you know, I'll just touch on what Councillor Scobie says as well. I believe that it does take time for a transition period to get, you know, from one scheme to another. But I think this is taking an inordinate amount of time to actually achieve this. And what's happening just now is that people are suffering out there, and I'm saying suffering not in my evidence. It's on other people's evidence. It's on the police have actually been saying that there's been an increase in antisocial behaviour since the number of community wardens, as they were, have been cut and, you know, not in the street anymore, or they're being moved into other places. We have, for example, over the Christmas period, you know, from the 20th of December to the 2nd of January, there's no community safety officers, no community wardens on the streets during that time. There's only 4 days within that period of time that there are people going to be on, and now 4 people in them 4 days are going to be on car parks. So, you know, the community just now, the way the scheme is being run, they're being disenfranchised, they're being hit by antisocial behaviour, and that's evidence from the police, it's evidence from it's DGHP. I've spoken to people in there as well, and the communities are being targeted by more antisocial behaviour since the scheme has came into place. And as I said, I understand it takes time to get things into being a new scheme, but this is not acceptable. It's not acceptable to communities anywhere, whether it be Stranraer, whether it be Dumfries, wherever. On the KPIs, I'd just like some more information on that. First, maybe from Richard, if he could give us information on that and maybe comment on what I've said.
Mr. Graveston.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Certainly the description in terms of each and every KPI falls directly from the objectives and the key actions from the previously agreed leisure and sport, previously agreed community safety strategy. The targets themselves, I absolutely take on board Councillor Nicholson's comments. I think the majority of them are new to this new service, and as such, they haven't been previously collected, or they haven't been previously collected in the way that they will now be collected. So yes, it's a work in progress, but certainly the view of the project board who are responsible for developing this piece of work, that it's important that we develop them now and we report more actively and progressively on the outcomes of the new community safety service. In terms of service coverage and compliance with legislation, members will be aware that there's a report going to the DG First Management Committee on the 13th of December that will cover those items.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you. Forgive me, I'm really sorry. I haven't been back into the Resources Committee in March 2012 to scour it, but I am just a little concerned about the delivery body demonstrating value for money, invest value, which says quite clearly no. And I wonder if we could have just a bit of comment on that particular bit. So I'm sorry, I've not done my homework properly. It's probably in the previous report, but if you could just remind me about what the situation is.
Leader, my recollection was that members approved DG First as the delivery arm for the new community safety integrated team, predominantly on the basis that the majority of those services that transferred into what is the new unit were already residing within DG First. I think the intention was to establish the new unit, to get established and develop PIs, and then to potentially review that position in the future.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, and first point is with regards to the key performance indicators and the secondary performance indicators. I think when we come to actually reporting these, I think it's very important we define in each of the indicators what a positive resolution is. So, for example, I would hope that with regards to dog fouling issues, some of the definitions of a positive resolution would be that, warning letters were issued or fines were imposed, etc. Because members of the public, that's what they would see as a positive resolution, and I'm sure we can actually break it down for each of those indicators. The other points I've got, probably it'll come out in the report that goes to DG First, but I think what is important, it's not within the KPIs, is that the way that the unit will operate is basically a lot of it will be about being out there in the streets, regularly patrolling in all our communities. So there has to be detail to members as how that's going to operate, whether we can identify what happens in each region on a monthly basis. I'm sure that will all be drawn up. But also as well, I think that we need to understand, how many officers we've got, but also as well, I believe that, the locations where they're based, due to cost, it's based in DG First establishments. So, for example, the community wardens that were in Annan will now be based at Lockerbie because there's a DG First office there and they don't get charged for using the council buildings. But when they're actually going into communities and maybe having sustained patrolling within there, we have to make sure that community buildings and council buildings are made available to these, and we have to make sure that there's not a cost to this, because we want it to be effective across the region and not just in the areas where they're based. And there's also the issue about when they are patrolling, it's got to be on a shift basis. So hopefully a lot of that detail will come to the DG First later this month, but I just was seeking confirmation of that from the officer.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Certainly, I am aware from discussion with DG First colleagues that service coverage will be detailed in the report to the Management Committee later this month, and I'm happy to feed back comments in relation to ensuring that positive resolution to PIs features as part of the ongoing reports to Area Committee. I think it's a good suggestion.
Councillor Lever.
Reference to what Councillor Maitland was saying in the checklist on page 83. Except there are no other comparable services or agencies providing the service, but presumably there are external comparators we could look at what's happening in other local authorities who run similar sort of schemes. And although we've commissioned this service, I'm not quite sure what we've commissioned. And I accept that Richard says a detailed progress report on phase 1 implementation service will be taken by the Director of DG First Management Committee. I'd quite like to see that come to this committee to tell us what we've commissioned. I mean, this has been going on for 2 years. And, I'd like to see what the final result was, how many wardens we're actually going to have, in which areas, etc.
Certainly, Leader, in terms of the first comment, that there are absolutely examples whereby we're already benchmarking elements of this service, particularly in relation to LEAMS, which features as one of the PIs, which is the local environmental audit and management systems. That's a partnership involving a range of local authorities that benchmark various environmental services against each other. So perhaps there does need to be further information included in these reports to make sure that's at the fore and members are clear in terms of what we're presenting. Take that on board, Lee.
Councillor Smith.
It almost seems as if we're commissioning something and then the people that provide us can let us know in the future what they're actually commissioned. It seems a kind of roundabout way, but I mean, I'm having difficulty understanding why we have absolutely nothing at all for any of these targets. I mean, we mentioned a lot of these KPIs are new, but the reality is we've been dealing with these offences for a period of time. I mean, litter issues, dog fouling issues, ASB incidents, abandoned cars. This is not something that's just suddenly going to happen. We're not introducing dog fouling for the first time this year, are we? We're not tackling it for the first time this year. We've been tackling this for some period of time. There's clearly paper trails there as to how many complaints we actually receive each year for these incidents. There's clearly a paper trail somewhere that actually tells us how many of these incidents we've actually dealt with, how we've actually dealt with them, how successful we've been. I just can't accept that we're starting from year zero when it comes to setting targets here. Why don't we have targets in here? Why don't we have we looked at the information we currently have and actually set proper targets when it comes to this commission?
The answer to the question, Leader, is certainly yes. We had discussion around all of these targets and these performance indicators when we established the Commission. I think one of the challenges was that now that the new community safety team has been established, they've been established with different powers, different responsibilities that enable us to react and to address these issues differently. So that there is the potential to break down, if you like, for argument's sake, dog fouling in terms of how many reports were, or how many instances there was reports made previously. But previously, the likes of wardens didn't have certain authority in terms of to deal with issues like that. So I think that the view of the board was very much around getting the KPIs right, the secondary PIs right, and developing what would be realistic targets as we develop the Commission.
Obviously, the Community Safety Partnership tells the Council what we do now, but so when will we actually decide and agree these particular targets?
Very much the intention, Chair, was, and certainly wasn't from the Community Safety Partnership, but for the project board that took this forward, that we would develop them over the first year and report those back to members.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I don't think that, from what I'm hearing, that we're actually looking at what that target is. I think what we're getting here under page 82 of 146 is the number of reports within the first year. That is not a target. That's a performance reporting in terms of how many complaints there have been. If you take from 1.1 to 1.7, for instance, 1.2, that's a statutory requirement, an SPI. In terms of, how have you got. If the target is to reduce the numbers, then we should be able to know what exactly the figures are from 2004, since the Act came into force. But we don't have it. The weakness is in the strategic document that neither has timelines, lines of authority, who actually is the authoritative body to the passing over of that authority to partner organisations. These should be clear. If we are talking about, the complaints, there's one here, 1.5, for instance, the average time hours between the time of complaint and attendance on site. That should be set by an hourly, whether it's 1 hour or whatever. Out of hours, in some of the partner organisations, they only operate the service between 9 and 5. We, in the authority, in terms of the enforcement officers, I know in the Stranraer area, I don't know what it is for other areas where we've got wardens, it only goes on to 10 o'clock at night. Then out of hours is dealt with by the police. Hence my reference that, it's better dealing with under Civic Government Act, was the advice I was given by the police. So it's about how do we get timelines, both in the strategic document to the operations, to the KPIs. To be determined just means that we're going to be reporting, well, it was 50 this year and we're going to reduce it to 30 or 40 or whatever. That's why there's no clear lines of targets here. We should clearly have cases of antisocial behaviour, noise, nuisance, etc., that, you know, they shouldn't be going on for year upon year upon year, still with the same person making that complaint. And in that respect, what I've referred to is that we're just training people up now. For years, it's been absent in terms of noise measurement. It was withdrawn from the service, and now we're starting to train people up. It was reported to I'm starting to repeat myself. It was reported to Plan Housing and Environment we had 6 people trained when that was factually not correct. They were being trained, but they hadn't met the qualification. I think 1 person had out of the 6. So in that respect, we need targets in here on page 82 to 146 so that we don't have cases going on year upon year upon year. I think the anecdote I once heard at a conference was where a complaint had gone on for 9 years and the person took the law into his own hands. He took the leg off a table and jumped over the fence. He was charged. We've had incidents in Dumfries and Galloway in Stranraer where, you know, a woman ended up with a bad facial assault on her, you know, as to the person the person was complaining about, because we didn't set timelines of dealing with these issues, and it's not coming through here. It's a weakness in the strategic document. I think we need to review, I don't think, we need to review the strategic document, and we need to set targets. Not targets as to what is the reporting and the performance mechanism, but how we're dealing with these issues. And if we're putting it to partners, that we know the partner has got the resources to deal with the issue, rather than just saying, well, it's not our responsibility. We actually get into the ridiculous situation where Environmental Health have reported we don't deal with domestic noise. The Act doesn't say that, but that's what our Environmental Health Department says, because we don't have clear lines of authority in the strategic document. It's not by the offer, but it's a reflection of the weakness in the strategic document to this document, and I don't think we should accept this today without those clear targets before us that we can consider, and then we can measure performance.
Councillor Maitland.
Well, I'm sitting in front of the community safety governance structure, and it looks perfectly satisfactory to me, so I'm not going down that line. What I want to ask about is the issue of the police in this particular, in the financial framework checklist and delivering best value, and then going on to the performance framework to deliver personal community resilience. I mean, members are completely right. They want targets. They want to be able to measure information, but we want it, I think, to be relevant to our areas. So in other words, we want a plan here and proposals and area community safety plans with targets at that point, which are general, relevant to our areas. I have to say, when will those come to us? And when they've got that information against them, I think at that point we'll start to motor. But, you know, I mean, the reason that this started was in November last year, the management team, corporate management team, decided it would be the best way to do it, to give it to DG first. And we acquiesced in that in March. We agreed that. But subsequent to that, we need in the next, we need to have in the next year, we need to have a full explanation of why this is a best value proposal. After we've had a year's go at this, I would suggest in the recommendations we put in a recommendation that we have to have a report on how this is demonstrably a best value solution after having sucked it and seen for a year.
Councillor Dyke.
Thank you. Well, just going back to a point that Councillor Smith made, actually, I think it's quite a valid point that maybe we do need to see the same report at this committee that is actually going to DG first. I think it's important. I think the community safety services, if we're going to be able to scrutinise what's actually happening here, we do actually need to see what we've asked to be delivered and to set the targets against that. And I think that we do have some relevant targets or some relevant statistical information that could be used at the moment to set ongoing targets as we go down the line. And I would like to see a report come back with those to this committee.
Councillor Dick.
Thanks, Chair. I remember attending the seminar it must be about 4 years ago that Jim Hendry gave on this subject about the integration, and it certainly was presented well, and it seemed to me a sensible idea of rather than having officers simply doing one task, we're capable of doing all, an effective way of using all those services. Excuse me. I mean, while I'm quite happy with the Strategic Commission, I think the point that's been made about targets, that these services have been doing this job for quite some time. We must have something we can put together that constitutes a relevant target. I mean, it seems rather silly to say we're waiting a year when we've already had people doing the job for a length of time there. Even if you make a complete mess of the target for the first year, at least you're basing it on some kind of statistic, and it can be amended as the service is integrated and improves how effective it is.
Councillor McCaughey.
Thanks, Chairman. As the person who first suggested this about 10 years ago, we're gradually getting somewhere, but there's issues here. We're getting a bit obsessed here by targets, I think. We want folk to be doing the job they're employed to do. I've got certain difficulties with the report. I don't really believe that DG First is the right department or committee to be dealing with it. But in the short term, let's go there, and that satisfies one need. I accept the argument that's where most of the folk are employed at the moment. Whether that's the appropriate department or committee for the future, I'm not quite sure. There's two separate issues here. There are issues which people report, like antisocial behaviour, noise, abandoned cars, discarded needles, fly tipping. So therefore these community wardens are being reactive. They're reacting to a complaint the public has made. That's fine. You can't really set a target for that. If nobody complains about noise, you've nothing to solve, right? So they've got to respond. If somebody phones up about a noise issue or any of these other matters, they respond. But I'm more interested in the thing that actually gave me the original idea, was watching two traffic wardens walking through the high street one lunchtime when kids from the various schools were dropping litter all over the place. Now, they had two folk highly paid by the council walking through while people are committing civil offences. And what I'd like to see, and what the public would like to see, is if we've got a couple of officers out there, a couple of community wardens out there on patrol, they're more interested in trying to make sure the town is litter-free. They're more interested in the town being free of dog fouling. They're not that bothered about booking somebody whose motor car happens to be parked for half an hour longer than it should have been. And therefore it's a direction we need to give the officers out there. I don't want a report coming in a year's time saying, oh, by the way, we captured 100 folk for having a half-hour extra parking in a 2-hour parking zone. We never get anybody for dog fouling. We never get anybody for dropping litter. We, as elected members, should be laying down the criteria, and the criteria the public want to see is a litter-free, dog fouling-free town. The public couldn't care less about parking issues in the main. Maybe certain officers do. I don't have a car, and I don't care if somebody is parked a wee bit longer than they should be. I do care if people are continually allowing their dogs to foul the pavement, if kids are or adults are continually dropping litter or fag ends. We should have zero tolerance towards these things. So we've got to give a bit of a steer as to how we want to see these community wardens acting, rather than saying, oh, let's have all these targets for them to hit. Because you set targets, they'll meet the targets, no problem. But it's actually carrying out what the public want. Let's think about what the public want, not what we want.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Thanks. Jane touched on it a wee bit, but it moved on. If we're going to do this scrutiny at local level, and if you look at page 81, it does say produce 4 local plans, community safety plans, and these must be produced already if we're going to put people on the ground. So it'd be really interesting from the area management framework and the scrutiny and performance overview that these committees would take. You'd have to have that safety plan in front of you on day one so that you could measure something against it. And I look to Richard here to see if these local community safety plans are already developed. So that's a direct question.
My understanding through you, Leader, is that the plans are in development and they will be presented to each area committee when the DG First colleagues report back on the first cycle for approval.
Councillor Crowther.
Thanks, Leader. A lot legitimate concerns have been raised today. So taking that on board for the sake of moving business on, I'd move the recommendations as they stand, subject to an annual review in the back of what Councillor Maitland spoke about.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. It's just coming back on the budget allocation for that. Could you tell me what was the original budget allocation for the services that have been integrated at the moment? What was the original budget allocation for these services compared to what the 959 is?
Leader, I don't have that information in front of me. My understanding is that the total 959 is the budget that was approved for the new integrated service once the saving had been identified. Yeah, that wasn't my question, but you can maybe come back to us with that information. Thanks very much. I just on the, just come back to what Councillor McCarthy said. Maybe some people don't care about car parking, but I'm one of them that do. But and what I don't see here is, I've maybe missed it, I don't know. I don't see a KPI for that, and that was part of the remit for the community safety officers. Oh, page 2, sorry.
Are they coming through in phase 2, I think? Is that right?
The issues in relation to the activities that are currently undertaken by the traffic wardens have been picked up as part of the phase 2, which will be reported to members early in the new year.
Sorry, it's a car park inspectors. It's it's car parking issues.
Well, are we getting an answer on the inspectors, where their KPI is?
I'll pick that up and come back to Councillor Nicholson, if I may, Leader.
Right. We've had the recommendations moved, subject to the year review. Councillor Scobie.
Chair, I understood Councillor Dykes to ask, that we get the same report back that's going to the DG first, and I think we've got to look at it and look at the actual target and what target actually means. The idea that it's in the first year is merely to get a statistical figure. It doesn't deal with the issue per timeline. If there's a complaint and antisocial behaviour, noise, whatever, and taking the point being made in car parking, litter dropping, etc., etc. Just to get reported back that this is how many cases we've dealt with, and we're going to reduce it. That's not what I see as the key performance indicator. It's having a timeline so that we know issues are being dealt with and why, in terms of performance, why we're not dealing with these within a set time. So I would much prefer that we defer this document as it is just now for the same report that goes to DG first, and then we know what the KPI or SPI is for that period, so that we can scrutinise the document. As it stands, there's no way, because it's all talking about, or the majority is talking about, to be determined first year of commission, and this is just to see how many reports there's been. It doesn't give it any timeline, Chair. I'd move that we defer it and we get the same report that goes to DG first, so we can look at the timelines, and hopefully that'll determine timelines.
Councillor Nicholson.
Chair, I don't want to defer the commission because I think we're down a road that it's we can't turn back in now. But what I do want to see is I don't want to have to wait a year for these figures. I want to see some figures in there well before that, whether it be 3 months or 6 months, and then come back to here. I don't think we need to wait a year for this information.
Councillor Dick.
Thanks. I mean, on the basis that it says within the year, that could be a week, it could be 6 months, it could be a year. I think the officer will probably have heard what members are saying regards the timelines for that. But on the basis that the Strategic Commission has got to go forward, I would second Councillor Carruthers if he's not already been.
Just on that, it could be a year. It says, it doesn't say within, it says to be determined in first year of commission. So, you know, we need to put some bones in that. That could be any time, and I think that, you know, it's, and we've noticed, I'm just watching Councillor Carter's hand going up there. Let's go to the vote, but I think it's important, this. I think it's important that we do try and get this tagged down a bit.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, sir, I agree entirely. I think we've got to proceed with the strategic commissioning. You've heard my views earlier on today in a couple of items about the importance of commissioning strategic or otherwise. However, I accept entirely the point that's been made. We should, in fact, be getting the same report that's going to the deliverer, for want of a better term. And I would hope, in fact, and I would like some information, sir, as to when it's envisaged, or by what time it's envisaged, that report will be ready to go, in fact, to DG First Board. That, to me, would be helpful.
Mr. Graveson.
Leader, the report will be presented to DG First Board on the 13th of December.
It's a pity, Leader, that we didn't have it here today, but however, and, you know, I think, you know, Leader, there is a principle here, and I think it cuts right across the whole of the commissioning and delivery system. You know, I have no problems as a commissioner with seeing the report which is going to the appropriate, you know, delivering delivery board, or call it what you will. I think at the end of the day, you know, it's a mistake to do otherwise, because your commission doesn't exist in isolation. When all's said and done, you want to know just exactly, you know, to sharpen the focus of your commissioning process, you want to know just exactly what's going to the appropriate delivery or delivering arm to assist you in that. When's the next meeting of this committee? I would suggest in these circumstances that report is brought back here with the findings and the comments and the views of the DG First Board.
Thank you. We've already heard from a number of members that we have a core set of data that's going stale by all accounts. And I think that members need to have that information brought forward so that we can see what the statistics are within that core data and lay out KPIs and an expectation in the Commission as a result of that information. And as Commissioners, we're laying down what our expectation and therefore what that delivery is in our expectation.
Very definitely on that point, sir, I'm obliged. I have no problems whatsoever with what Councillor Collins has just suggested, but I think it would also be helpful at the same time if we got that, and hopefully to the next meeting of this committee, that we get details of the report that went to the DG First Board as well. You know, to look at, you know, how best we can interface this. If only for information, sir. I mean, I'm not asking that this committee interpone itself in the decision-making process. What I'm saying is that we get that, you know, on an information basis after it's been to the board of the delivery arm, and it comes back with information that Councillor Collins has alluded to.
Councillor Crowther.
Thanks, Leader. I wasn't trying to push the meeting on by any means. What I was trying to allude to was what Councillor Dick touched on, and we've been told that it'll be report back twice yearly to this committee, and it'll go twice yearly to the area committee. There's 4 opportunities. 2 in particular to this committee where we'll get an opportunity to bring this back at an early course. So if we can use that as a point to come in at, we'll see these KPIs then.
Councillor Dykes.
I am more than happy to agree with both what Councillor Collins has suggested and Councillor Geddes, and I think that's the right way forward. The information's already there. It's going to another committee anyway. I can't see what the problem is about bringing that information back with the suggestion of the statistical information that's already available.
I'll let Councillor Scobie in and then the Chief Executive. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, it was pointed out earlier that we are the Service Committee. We are we're commissioning this service to DG First. And I think we should know what we are commissioning. All it says is agree to the commissioning, the strategic commissioning. But we're going to know what it is and what we're marking the performance against. And I keep saying it that we need to see targets. What are we doing? That's that. Not just to commission it and agree to commission something without actually saying. So DG first, I'll have a greater say in terms of what the KPIs and so forth are. If I'm hearing this correctly, when we're the commissioner for the council, that's the service committee. So we need to see what it is, not just to wait for a year, or as Councillor Dick seems to think that, you know, it'll come sooner, whether it's a week, a month, 3 months, or whatever. We've got to know what we're marking against, and that deliverer is able to do that. Now, I have reservations in terms of what the strategic document says, and these are reinforced by the fact that there's no targets here. All it says is we report in the first year. This has been going on since 2004 when the Act came out. We've got to know what we are commissioning to DG first. That's the issue, not for DG first to say, yeah, I think we can do that, when we haven't commissioned any targets there.
Councillor McGregor, you indicate, is it in the same sort of point so the Chief can round up it?
Yeah, we all get quite emotive about community safety, and we have done over the last couple of years. We have a commissioning and delivery model, and it's working across other cross-departmental structures. Education and DG First Joint reported last month on school meal service and janitorial, so I don't actually know why we're trying to reinvent a wheel with this one. We have a very clear structure within other departments. We just simply need joint reports on occasion to committees and KPI reporting to area committees as well, and I think that we're just getting a bit muddled with that. And if you want an example, ask education.
Chief Executive.
I think we're actually getting hung up because actually I think many members have said the service will actually develop as the priorities emerge. So we might actually find that we have a huge antisocial behaviour problem in Annan and all the resources go there, just trying to spread the antisocial behaviour from the west across. But I think that what's important is that if members receive a report at the next meeting, the core data set is there, and officers engage with the new service and employees in the new service to come back with their recommendation of what they think would be initial indicative targets for members to then consider whether or not they wish to amend. Those could then be amended as the year progresses and the operational activity starts to inform it. But I think I agree with members, and that would be perfectly reasonable to bring the report back with the data set, recommendations not just from senior officers, but in fact if we engage the whole team to say what would be a reasonable performance indicator, and then members can consider that at the next meeting. And I think that would allow members then, if they wish to change or amend in the back of that, at least it would come from the frontline staff as to what they would consider to be a reasonable, given the core data set. But some of them, we probably haven't collected the information that you thought we had. So, but I think let's deal with that and have it all on the table for members to agree at that point. So before we enter into the 2013-14 period, members have clearly set their targets and expectations.
Members happy with the understanding that the officers have, because I think a lot of that came out of what the members suggested and put succinctly by the Chief Executive there. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Right. With that, we'll move now on to item 12, application of the National Standards of Community Engagement. Mr. Hay, have you anything further to add to the report? Are you happy to answer questions?
Happy to go straight to questions, Leader.
Members? Councillor Smith?
Just shows you how important the consultation is. Nobody's got any questions. I mean, the reality is the issue is when this kicks in, as much as anything else, because there's so many examples. Cairn Ryan House, obviously, the main example, but we can all point to examples in our own wards where there's been no consultation at all, or the consultation that's been entered into has been incredibly half-hearted. There was one recently, I walked by the sign, and that's how I found out there was a consultation about a big project in my ward. Unfortunately, I walked by the sign the day after. So clearly there's an issue about consultation and the lack of it at the moment. So it's more, I think the actual proposals are really good. I think the way in which the sort of national guidelines are being interpreted in the document are positive. Obviously, the proof will be in the actual implementation. And how will we get a guarantee that when departments are carrying out work, they will absolutely use this guidance and not just simply say, well, actually, it's not quite a full consultation like that. We're just going to have a quick meeting. You know, the budget one's a prime example where area committee meetings, which were advertised at the last minute, and not obviously the same as we proposed, which was detailed look at the actual savings options that were actually held. And you know, I think one councillor's actually commented in the press that it was a waste of time. Maybe you should have went with the other proposal, I suppose. But when will we actually guarantee that when the council decides, any department decides they're going to consult, they will use this proper process and not a half-hearted process which we've had and it's caused difficulty in the past?
Thanks, Leader. Certainly, the intention is, from a corporate perspective, to start to apply these with immediate effect. It will obviously be a bit of a rolling programme, because one of the key issues that we need to nail as quickly as possible is A, awareness from all officers, and B, that they know how to apply the national standards. Corporate management team have been very much involved in the development of this report, and they're all signed up to taking it forward in a proactive way. And I think for me, the big issue is that this type of engagement needs to be proactive and built into a project or an issue right from the start, as opposed to being reactive. And you then start to do engagement only when the public, either their alarm bells are raised, or they actually start to get a bit of a greater interest about it, because they realise it is actually going to impact them. So, as is mentioned in the report, we've got an operational improvement plan that will underpin these national standards. And to start with, we're going to look at what resources we've got across the council, and then it will really be about training, awareness raising, and we'll have then the sort of monitoring arrangements in place to make sure that either through CMT or the Corporate Business Support Group, which all services are obviously represented on, that we're horizon scanning, we're picking things that are coming over the horizon to make sure that the application is consistent and robust and systematic, as opposed to ad hoc and reactive. Chief?
I think Councillor Smith makes an excellent point. I think one of the weaknesses that we've had is we've been doing too many projects all over the place. I think we have business plans with projects detailed in them, and I think what we need to be doing and making sure the directors, before we start a project, come and allow elected members in the appropriate service committee know it's about to be undertaken. Elected members then would be able to seek assurance on how the consultation would be taken forward. Because I think Karen Ryan was a good example that actually not all of national standards could be applied, but members needed to be reassured of what was going to be applied. Again, that would perhaps slim down the sheer number of projects we set off running in which elected members are unaware. And what we'd look to do is make sure that, particularly for all those detailed in business plans, that papers are brought to members before they get started, so you're able to ask questions perhaps about the project plan and engagement process at the start, and not, as Councillor Smith unfortunately found out, after it had already been done. So I think that's a weakness that was probably at the heart of Karen Ryan as well. And so we will be following the agreement today, issuing instructions to all directors to ensure before any project mentioned in a business plan is undertaken, the appropriate service committee is informed at that point to allow members to ask questions about the project plan.
Councillor Geddes.
And putting in place, Leader, adequate arrangements to scrutinise and to monitor the effectiveness of these standards, you know, where they are deployed and where they're engaged. I think, you know, the report per se, to me, is a first-rate piece of work. It's spot on. But I hear particularly what Councillor Smith has said, and the Chief Executive, and, you know, as far as I'm concerned, you know, we must ensure that, you know, this is at the very heart, I think, the very core of our scrutiny and monitoring process, how effective we are with these.
Councillor Dick.
Thanks. It's an excellent piece of work, and I think the most important thing about it, if you look at the page 89, think about the reason for engaging the community. I think that underpins the whole thing there, and all the reasons after that. There's too often I've been at community involvement meetings, and it's either been a reactive one where the council has allowed itself to engage with maybe a small vocal group who just basically want to shout at council officers. And what that fundamentally showed was a lack of reasoning as to why the engagement should have taken in the first place. Perhaps actually if a proactive engagement had taken place, first of all, using these national standards, we never got to that situation in the first place. So excellent piece of work.
With that, are we happy to agree to the implementation of the proposed corporate guide for community engagement as outlined in Appendix 2, and with the points that Councillor Geddes made, that we actually measure this so that we can see that we are applying the guidance? Move on to item 13. Kirkcudbright Art Gallery Project Board. I think it'll be nothing much to add to the report other than to answer any questions. Any questions at this point? Councillor Smith?
Intrigued to know what the difference between an outside body and a board is, and why suddenly there's different criteria for a board, because, and I'll come back on another example, but I'm quite keen as to what the difference is and what actually why it's in the report. What difference does it make in terms of the run of the council?
Mr. Graveson?
Maybe seek my governance colleagues' support in relation to this, Chair, but certainly my understanding of the Kirkcudbright Art Gallery Project Board is that it's not a grouping that's constituted. There's no constitution there, and as a result, in terms of this specific report, members have the opportunity to make the call whether they wish member representation on that board or not. But in terms of governance, I'd welcome Alex's guidance.
I think Mr. Greaves said it. This was a body grandiosely called an art gallery project board established by the council. The council agreed that they invite some people with an interest from the community to sit down with members. Officers obviously service the board. The idea is that the board will then come back with recommendations to this committee for expenditure or not on an art gallery project. I think it was what I've said to members, and I'll repeat to members, is we have a plethora of different organisations. Some are boards, some of them are we don't even know why they were established. They've been going so long. We don't know why we've got councillors on them, other than it seemed like an affable idea 20 years ago. So what we are doing, and you'll remember that the council has now agreed to establish a subcommittee to look at it. We'll be looking at all these things. But certainly in terms of this board, when I look back, its provenance, it just seemed to be an idea. We're not going to be able to spend the money just now, and with respect to members, that's what you do. You haven't got the money to spend. You don't want to put people off. You set up a project board. And my apologies if anybody's offended by that, but that's exactly what happened here. The board had members on it. It was agreed at member level that they would have 2 members and the representatives from the other organisations. It has no decision-making powers. It's serviced by officers, and it would report back to this committee. It used to report back to the Resources Committee.
Follow-up, Councillor Smith.
Think of other examples of outside bodies that meet the same critique. So I'm still not entirely sure where this is defined as not an outside body. And I'll give you an example. Why did we get a report to this committee asking us to appoint members to the Dumfries Theatre Development Joint Board, and that report specifically said it was an outside body? Does anybody know the difference between the Dumfries Theatre Development Joint Board and the Kirkcudbright Joint Board, apart from maybe 20 miles?
Can I answer that one? I don't know what that board is, but as I've said before, members clearly identified this as an issue that they wanted to address, and there's a subcommittee set up to address it. What I was asked to do, or Richard was asked to do on this occasion, was to say, does it have to be member representatives? The answer coming back to that is clearly no. You can put anybody you like on this board and disband it tomorrow if you want. It's your baby.
Okay. Councillor Maitland.
I'll second that, Councillor McGregor. Right, well, as far as I'm concerned, what this boiled down to was that originally there was an opportunity because we had national involvement with national museums, national interest in this. Now, for one reason or another, we were unable to take it up. I think effect, not fact, Mr. Haswell. I think you were being a tad cynical. And of course, it is now council policy that there will be an art gallery in Kirkcudbright. So On that basis, what I need to do is ask the question about whether or not, if members sit on this body, do they debar themselves through having an interest in sitting on any other council committee? It's perfectly simple. If they don't, then I think probably you'll find some candidates willing to sit and take an interest in this. But if they do, they won't. They prefer not to tie their hands.
This is where we're starting to ask the question, is it a council organised? Is it a council organised body? Because a council organised body, despite the fact there's no decision-making powers, is a working group. We need to really start getting a grip with some of the terminology. If this is a working group, and we have working groups who have reported back to the council, members in the working group have actually voted, and if this is a working group established by the council, which includes outside people, but is grandiosely known as a board, then there is no need to declare an interest.
That's extremely helpful, in which case I am more than willing to sit upon it.
Councillor Geddes.
Mr Haswell did, of course, qualify his advice with an if or two. Let me say, first of all, as a fellow member of the Whithorn Post-Emulsionist School, I thought that your comments were absolutely superb and spot on. You know, it helps on occasions to get such candour expressed. The issue that I have, though, sir, is that, Leader, is that maybe I've missed something along the way here, but I had understood, in fact, that we wanted to brand Kirkcudbright as the region's art town. And, who knows, when all's said and done, it might finish up in the same status, but perhaps avoiding some of the pitfalls of the branding of Whitetown as Scotland's national book town. And to that extent, I would have thought that you are looking for a vehicle which would assist you in taking that forward. I'm not precious about what you call it, but I think you've got to get a vehicle set up. You've got to get a vehicle, staffed by appropriate people, which will pick this up and take it forward. My comment at the moment is that this I would see as being a strategic project of regional significance and importance, and to that extent, with the greatest of deference to Stewardship Area Committee, I would like to think that this particular board, organisation, vehicle, call it what you will, would report back, in addition to Stewardship Area Committee, to one of the strategic council committees. If you ain't going to do that, as far as I'm concerned, Leader, you might as well no bother. These are the issues that I have in relation to that. But again, thanks to Mr Haswell through you, sir, for his candour.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
Thanks, Chairman. I mean, if you look at the background of this, it was formed in 1999, Kirkcudbright 2000 Committee, formed in 1999 to promote the establishment of a permanent art gallery. I mean, maybe they should change their name to Kirkcudbright 2020 and get a bit of a vision thing going. Because quite frankly, they've spent 13 years on this and achieved absolutely nothing. And what concerns me is, I mean, sitting in the Stewardship Area Committee, I've become aware we have a community council in Kirkcudbright, we have Kirkcudbright Forum looking at the use of all the buildings in Kirkcudbright, including parts of Kirkcudbright Academy, former Johnson Primary School, etc., etc. We've got Kirkcudbright 2000. I mean, there's so many bodies in Kirkcudbright sitting yapping about what they're going to be doing in Kirkcudbright. They actually achieve absolutely nothing, and they've achieved nothing in the last 12 years. And I think if we're going to get this moving, if you're minded to keep this interim gallery board, then I think you need to get a couple of heavy hitters on rather than the parochial pool of Kirkcudbright. And I would suggest that the council leader and deputy leader take the two positions there and maybe get something achieved for Kirkcudbright instead of the continual yapping that seems to go on there all the time and achieving nothing.
We'll start with a firework display.
Post-emulsionist comes to my mind as well. Councillor Dick.
Perhaps some of the Labour members who are not in any other outside bodies may like to take up the positions. Could I ask...
Can I nominate the leader of the Labour group? Can I nominate the leader of the Labour group to be a member of COSLA then?
If the former Councillor Higgins was instrumental in setting up this board, and if so, perhaps he might like to sit on it again?
Councillor Nicholson.
No, I'm a bit as confused as Councillor Dick. Appears to be in outside bodies.
That's really confusing.
But on the, I still, we're saying it's not an outside body and it's not a project board. It's a working group. It's called a project board. but we're calling it a project board for what reason? Is this to get the, and what if it's a working group, how come there's members of the public on it?
It was set up in 1999, sir, and Councillor Maitland, I take Councillor Maitland's point, the council has moved on slightly. The council has taken the view that it requires, that an art gallery should form part of the future, and it's one of its, I think it's one of the priorities. I could be told I'm wrong on that, but I'm not saying it's a, it was established because it seemed like an awful good idea at the time, Councillor Nicholson. We can go round this and round this and round this. I just don't. Correct. I think if members want to put some members on it just now, we're going to be reviewing outside bodies. Seriously, we're going to be reviewing the council's membership. What actually constitutes an outside body? What's the difference between COSLA and this? I think we really need to sit down as a subcommittee and look at this matter and see how you want to take it forward. Because every time I hear the mention of an outside body, the first thing I get is a troop of members coming to the door saying they have to declare an interest.
Right. We have one willing volunteer. Do we have anyone else? Well, Councillor Crothers, is that another name?
No, I'm happy to note. Well, I think I don't know if you had my name down, did you? I did put my hand up. Yep. Happy to note the first recommendation, and I would move. Already have mentioned Councillor Maitland, and Councillor Yen, I think, indicated that she would be quite willing to go on this as well.
Councillor Carson.
I just want to come back to Councillor McCaughey. I'm sure he sits on the Stewart Area Committee. I have seen him there at time to time. Very disappointed that he doesn't appreciate that Kirkcudbright has moved on greatly in the last 12 years and I would say is recognised nationally, if not internationally, as the artist town. And I think it does the town and the committees involved in there a disservice to say that nothing's happened in the last 12 years.
Right, we have two names. Anyone else? Councillor Smith, are you keen to?
Certainly not going to do that, but I mean, I think it's important that it be local members. I thought that, to be perfectly honest, about Stranraer Waterfront as well, but I was told that it was a strategic project, therefore it should be the chair and the vice chair. Maybe that's what we should have today for consistency. But I mean, in terms of 2.1, we're noting something, and frankly, nobody's been able to give me a straight answer as to what the difference between a board and an outside body is. And you know, I don't even know why the recommendation's in the report. It's been looked at by a working group. Hopefully, we'll get a bit of common sense, and somebody might be able to answer the question: what's the difference between Kirkcudbright Joint Board and Dumfries Joint Board, which is actually defined as an outside body in the council's scheme of delegation? To date, nobody's been able to give me a straight answer to that. So how can I note 2.1 when I don't even know why it's a board and what the difference is?
There was 3 hands went up on that point then.
Again, I think we get a bit wrangled with semantics. We had a Dalbeattie project board which was set up with people within the council and people within the community to look at progressing the future of the school in Dalbeattie. It wasn't decision making. It wasn't, there was no decisions made at all. It was simply having elected members, local people, and the right people for the community to look at how we would progress things. And that was why it was called a project board, because it was a project and it was a board that met to discuss it. So I don't see the difficulty with this one. I think this is very much a project board, which is merely discussing a future project with a board of people who would be interested in that particular project. And I think we leave it at that. And I think somebody's moved the recommendations. I'm happy to second them.
Councillor Geddes.
Leader, as far as I'm concerned, as I've already said, you know, we're limiting our horizons in relation to this issue. I'm not too fussed, you know, as whether it's called an outside body or a working group or whatever. I think, and I go back to the point that Mr. Haswell made, if I understood him correctly, the last time he spoke, you're going to have to get, you know, back and have a radical reappraisal of this. As far as I'm concerned, you know, in conceptual terms, this is first rate. You know, I think, you know, at the end of the day, we want to brand Kirkcudbright as not only in regional terms, but in Scottish terms, and maybe even further afield as the artist town. To do that, you're going to have to put a revamped, souped up, call it what you will, organisation in place, which will, in fact, take that forward and be the vehicle for doing so. So to that extent, Mr. Haswell, if I understood him correctly, saying revisit it, look at the organisational structure, you know, which would be best suited to develop these aspirations, that vision, call it what you will, and take it from there.
Councillor Maitland.
I thank Councillor Geddes for that, and I think it's actually quite important that this is particularly is unpicked from the issue of what is an outside body and what isn't, and the Kukubri project. I think it's most unfair, actually, that it's being conflated in this manner.
Right. We have two members who have expressed their interest. That's Councillors Maitland and Yen. Right. Move on to item 14.
Leader, with respect, I crave your indulgence, so before you do, can we take it then that we're signed up, as it were, to reviewing, this structure, and can we get some form of timelines, within which that process will be complete and reported back to this strategic committee, or whatever strategic committee?
Understanding that was coming through the review that was agreed at the full council, so it'll come through that subcommittee. Right.
Sorry, Chair, can I just check the two members that you're suggesting go on are Councillor Maitland and Councillor Carruthers, is that correct?
Councillor Yen.
Okay, so it's quite acceptable to do that. She doesn't need to be sitting on this committee to do that.
It's up to members to decide who goes on. Item 14, Dumfries and Galloway 2014 Legacy and Talented Athlete Programme. Mr. Grieveson, are you happy to go to questions?
Just very quickly, if I may, Leader, just to update members on some additional things that have happened since the report was written. This 2014 agenda is moving at a very fast pace. We're now involved in establishing cultural links, having been allocated 2 countries to work with in the development of the Commonwealth Games. We're involved in the Queen's Baton Relay organisation, which is very positive. Discussions are ongoing with the Regional Sports Partnership around accessing additional funding for community clubs, which is really exciting and something that I think will really benefit our clubs locally, in addition to the 2014 Active Places Fund. And as the report mentions, we're in the process of developing the legacy plan in partnership with the NHS, which is the first one of the 32 local authorities to take that approach. So all positive, but happy to take any questions on the report, Leader.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, welcome the report and delighted to see that it's here in front of us. I think it's a really important programme and will benefit a lot of potential athletes. One thing that I just wanted to sort of take note of is the ACE, the ACE card and the ACE programme, and I'd like to see that maybe slightly more widely advertised, particularly athletes that come forward for grant funding through the sports councils. And I think that anybody that comes forward for that should automatically be sort of pushed in the direction of the ACE card, because I just don't think it's widely known that it's available. I mean, certainly speaking from experience from kids in our area, they only know anecdotally if somebody who already has one tells them. So I think that that's really important. And I think if it is successful, we, particularly when we're trying to encourage young folk into sport and being healthier, if it is successful and the money is utilised and well, we should look at perhaps funding it further if required from some other source. But really welcome the report and hope that we can promote, as I say, the ACE card and as many kids into, talented programmes like this. So thank you.
Take it that'll be able to come forward as promoting it somewhere. Yep. There's no further questions. Move to recommend. Councillor Marshall.
I was really just to say, I don't see it anywhere in the report, but it does say in 2.2, note the significant success of the region's first legacy event, the Dumfries and Galloway Active Games, which I think was tremendous and a great success. And maybe just to record the thanks. I think the main coordinator was Callum Graham on that one. It was just really to record our thanks for the work that he'd done in pulling that together.
Someone's able to attend that event. It was an excellent event. It was well run. I think that should be recorded. That it was made such a good job of it. Oh, did you? I must admit that Callum did organise a good day for it as well. With that, can we agree the recommendations 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4 and 5? Move on to item 15, elected member inquiry service. Right, item 16. Right, Mr Hay, are you happy to answer any questions that are asked?
I'm indeed, Leader, yeah.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, I would have to say, sir, that I find this report reassuring because I think there were concerns expressed in certain quarters, and rightly so, at last week's meeting of full council about perhaps the tendency of the, for this system to finish up, sort of bureaucratic and as a consequence unhelpful. I think reading the report, as far as I'm concerned, alleviates these concerns. I would remind you, Leader, as to why this system has been put in place. It's with the avowed intention of enhancing and upgrading the council's performance in this particular area of work. And on that basis, I have no difficulties, no quibbles. One or two minor issues that I'll discuss if it's approved with Mr Hay. Simple stuff, for instance, Leader, that in your headings of your communications, rather than your EMS number, perhaps a detail of the subject that's elementary, elementary administrative stuff. As far as I'm concerned, we're dealing with the bones of a system which is designed and slanted to enhance and improve our performance, to be transparent and give us a clear trail as to where things are going well and, more importantly, where they're not going well. And to that extent, I am an avowed supporter of this system. Thank you.
Councillor Dykes.
Thank you. It is a good report. I just think it's important that we remember to make sure that our council officials are all fully aware of what should and shouldn't be being done. I'm an elected member, obviously, and I was asked to get a signed pro forma before MD would give me any information about something the other day. I think that's wholly unacceptable, and we need to make sure that all departments are fully aware of what they are supposed to be adhering to. Happy to do what I can to assist, and I'll speak to you afterwards about that.
Just a couple of points for now. Just on 3.9, is the intention to roll out access to login to members so that they can check before maybe raising some issues that there's maybe issues that have actually been logged on to login? The other thing as well is really with regards to the survey. It basically says, will you continue to use the system? 89% said yes and 10.7% said no, but what's the alternative if you say no, because it's not the only game in town at the moment?
Thanks, Leader. In terms of lagging, lagging is simply a software management tool that's used back office by officers at the moment to manage the types of operational issues that come in. The issue has never been specifically asked whether elected members could access lagging before, but certainly when an inquiry comes in from an elected member, we've now got arrangements in place that the officers dealing with that inquiry in an area framework office can now access lagging just to save time. It may well be the information's already there, and that area framework office can give a response directly back to the elected member without having to go through the whole elected member inquiry service system. In terms of elected members not using EMES, whilst what we're endeavouring to do is to give all members the confidence that they want to use it, we're not wanting to get to a situation where we're having to try and twist members' arms up their back to use it. What we want them to do is have the confidence in the system and feel as though they want to use it. I'm well aware that on occasions elected members have chosen perhaps to go down different routes, and I think we've got to be realistic about how we overcome that. But one myth we've certainly wanted to bust in early course is that this is not an excuse for officers not to be proactive at speaking to elected members, at meeting with elected members. In fact, for EMES to work effectively, it's a critical part of it. This does not preclude officers contacting elected members. In fact, we encourage it.
Councillor Smith.
It was really just to get a little bit of clarification with regards to lagging, etc. I can remember a number of years ago when we were actually looking at the customer relationship management database. I mean, the intention then was to actually cut out maybe members raising unnecessary inquiries that had already been logged onto the system. It was the intention to kind of, because I think all inquiries now are logged into some system within the council, and it was therefore the access maybe just to view only, so that you could actually not only look up these kind of inquiries, but also track them as well. But also there is synergy with what we're doing here is, so, you know, why would we put something in if it was already in the system in the first place? So,
Leader, I think that's a very fair point. I mean, what does happen at the moment is if an elected member phones DG Direct, for example, the DG Direct operators can get access to lagging. So when you're on the phone, they should be able to say, yeah, the street light on 24 High Street, we're aware of it, it's already been reported and it's going to be fixed a week on Friday. So that happens at the moment, but I'm certainly quite happy to look into the opportunity for members to access lagging direct. No doubt there'll be some TS issues that will have to be overcome to allow that to happen, but I'm quite happy to explore it.
Councillor Smith.
I mean, I'm in a kind of different position because I have to confess to having never used the system. I use emailing officers and speaking to officers on a telephone direct, basically. So when I came to fill in the questionnaire, after I'd ticked the first two boxes on have you ever used EMS, I never got to answer any other questions. So I'm not sure how reflective the actual survey results are, because I think it's important we don't go down a route, and I'm reassured by Harry's comments that we're not going to go down a route of actually adding to the burdens of officers who are actually, I want to spend a bit of time solving the problem rather than logging particular problems. The simple operational issues of a pile of litter in a park that you want cleared up from the weekend will take that officer 10 minutes to make a phone call to the member of staff to hopefully sort, and that's the way the officers deal with it, and that's great. I don't want those officers to have to then go and spend their time logging it onto the system, which actually will delay it rather than actually solve the problem. But likewise, there's also issues about just gathering information. The budget's ongoing at the moment, so when I email an officer asking for particular information about the budget, I get an answer direct from that director, and I don't think that sort of thing should go on EMES either, actually. So I think we have to be kind of careful. There was a comment made at full council by one councillor that every conversation we have in the corridor should be recorded on EMES as well. I think we have to be very clear that the officers know exactly when they should and when they shouldn't use it, and I think the sort of criteria of common sense should be what we should reinforce, basically.
Common sense is awful to write down. I've been out to visit all 4 teams in the 4 areas, and there are themes that emerge from it. But one of the important things that we've agreed, and Harry's going to take forward, is to get all the 4 teams and the handlers and the services, as they call them, together. And one of the outputs that we're going to get from it is a sort of aide-memoire of the type of things that should just be dealt with directly, so that across the service people can see what is an easy operational yes-no answer and what is, particularly what EMS was designed for, the more complex issues that members may raise. Also, if we can get the community councils having their own system, it prevents members having to put 50 in at one time, which can tie up the team members for 2.5 days when I've watched them do it. And also the investment. But I think getting our staff together for them to tease out what are things that shouldn't come near us, what are things, and so that there'll be a sort of an aide-memoire of examples, so elected members and all staff will know what common sense is, because I think it can vary between the services. But having been out and seen the work of the frontline teams that you interact with, there are some fantastic people out there. But actually, one of the things that they're bringing forward is this cultural issue of officers not actually answering your question, and they get caught in the middle of it. And one of the things that we are looking to bring forward is what I call a member's advocate as part of this. Someone like we do in complaints that is able to look, they can be passed to say, was that an appropriate answer? So it doesn't escalate into various parts of the organisation, and has the power to make sure the member does get an appropriate answer. And the staff that are dealing in the front line really appreciate that would really take a huge burden off of them in trying to sort of hold courts. And I think that would be something that we certainly would look to bring forward as quickly as we possibly can. A couple of HR issues that we need to deal with, but we'll take that forward. And that would then allow, so we can define common sense in the aide-memoire and actually have community councils engaging directly and put an officer in place that has, like Judex does in complaints, the authority to determine when an answer was insufficient, or actually engage with an elected member and say, unfortunately, one's left, you just didn't like the answer. So I think that would take the pressure off the frontline team. I had to look to my left before I answered that one. Let's see if the member was still here. But I think that's what we will put in place. But you're absolutely right, Councillor Smith. I've been out, and particularly I sat through all of Annandale and Eskdale's the day after the Federation of Community Council meeting. And there were real themes emerged from there that could easily have been dealt with during the previous 2 to 3 weeks. So we'll see what we can, and hopefully we'll be able to share with members the results of that frontline staff. the engagement session.
Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. I would certainly support this system, but it's pretty clear from 4.2 that there is room for improvement. One of the improvements the Chief Executive has mentioned is to have a dedicated system for community councils, because a lot of the inquiries actually come from community council meetings. And another improvement, may I suggest, is the final email to say that the job or the task has been completed. It's insufficient to get an email saying it has been passed on for attention by a service department. Sometimes you discover that the attention has not actually taken place, that a final email would be very, very beneficial indeed.
Could that be incorporated?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Councillor Smith, you wanted back in. I'm sorry, I'd called.
I say it was kind of remiss of me not to mention the community council thing. That is a massive improvement, but I think I'm pleased that we're looking at this whole common sense thing, because a number of times you may just look at a committee report and simply email the author of the report asking for clarification on something ahead of the meeting. The idea that all that sort of thing has to go to EMS would just be a nightmare. There must be at some point somebody sitting down just actually calculating the cost of this new service, how much extra bureaucracy it actually adds, because at some point you've got to look at the balance between the additional cost and bureaucracy and the actual benefits of it. I don't deny that those members that use it are obviously find it useful, but I would be interested to know how much it actually costs for the people to have to then log the whole thing on to various systems and then check things up, basically. So at some point, we need to know that information. But I just think at the moment common sense needs to prevail.
I've got Councillor McGregor next.
Thank you, Chair. The point's been covered about the Community Council. I think it's essential that we get that system up and running for them. I agree with Councillor Smith. I think the common sense approach has to be right across the board. Certainly I haven't had any problems with that myself, and I think that most members would say that if they give somebody a quick ring about a very straightforward problem, they'll get a straightforward answer and it's done. At our ward level, it's working incredibly well because there's good joint working between the 4 councillors, and I think that that's crucial. But it brings us back to the point that was made at full council last week about mailbox capacity. Because if my 3 colleagues throw in umpteen inquiries after community council meetings across the ward and I do the same, and then we get umpteen responses back and it goes back and forth, lo and behold, my mailbox fills up and I can't use it anymore. So I think we really need to look at members' mailbox capacity if this is going to be efficient. Because the last thing we want to do is start deleting them out and then not being able to backtrack and chase things up if there is a bit of a delay. So, I would appreciate maybe that we push that on a wee bit quicker as well. But certainly the system is working incredibly well in Andale North and we're all very happy with it.
My understanding from my left is that it's in hand. Right. Councillor Carson.
Thanks. I'm just a bit disappointed that we've got some members that haven't used the system at all. My understanding was that this was the way that members were supposed to interact with officers, and it made sure that inquiries were all dealt with equally. What's the protocol with someone phoning up? And I take on board the common sense. If it's something that can be dealt with in a couple of paragraphs or whatever, that's fine. But at the moment when I put my inquiries in, and I don't generally get a response within 3 days, that's the time I get. Now, is this because I email and my inquiry's put in a queue, and when Councillor X, Y and Z phones up, he gets his dealt with then? Should I just give up using this system altogether and expect to get a quicker response? Do the officers actually say, I understand your question, but it'll be 3 days before I give you an answer? How does it work?
Chair, no, sir, I can assure you that when an inquiry is received by an area framework office, they endeavour to allocate it to the right service as quickly as possible. And then it's up to that service to do the running about, if you like, to make sure that an appropriate officer is given it to respond. And I think feedback I am getting from members that in the past, when they have had the responsibility, I guess, to try and track down the right officer, they may be on sick leave, they may be on annual leave, they may be out of the office. So what the Area Framework Office endeavours to do is if Officer A is on annual leave, they'll find Officer B. So I can assure you it doesn't reduce the timescales that or increase the timescales, sorry, that you get a response back.
Councillor Crothers.
Thanks, Leader. I mean, I do agree with Councillor Carson and his comments what he said there. But in 3.2, it states quite clearly this was set up for providing a robust system for recording, logging, and responding to members' inquiries. And it says as much about so we can understand. And now the action plan in here contained is on the back of the information that has been gathered up to yet. But if some members are making inquiries and that response has gone back just direct, and you're not recording that in any way, how on earth can you then look to resource properly this member's inquiry service? We have to make sure that these inquiries are being logged properly, and then that'll help us resource this particular service in future years.
Leader, one of the key benefits or one of the key aims of this system is to be able to robustly identify what issues are elected members requiring to inquire about. And up until now, we've never been able to actually get an overview of what are the topics that inquiries are being submitted about, what are the real issues, where do resources get better allocated. And one of the immediate actions on the back of this is the Chief Executive, in terms of his monthly meetings with directors, is now including this type of performance information along with HR, health and safety, absence management, etc., etc. So it really gives us a lot clearer handle that we've never been able to do in the past about what are the issues that affect the communities that elected members represent.
Councillor Maitland.
Harry's made the point that I was going to cover, and I think actually also it will help us with respect to issues such as antisocial behaviour, that type of logging of information, which we then can build up a picture and a profile. And I do think it would be very helpful if people used it. My instinct has been if it requires an action by somebody, that's something that goes on to EMES. If you simply want to get an opinion or a piece of factual information, you phone.
Councillor Lever.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to re-emphasise what Councillor McComb said about the need to go back to a member to say the action which has been opposed and agreed has actually happened, so we can then, if need be, get back to the constituent and say, are you happy with the result? Otherwise, everything's just left hanging in the air, and it ends up with us chasing officers because nothing's happened. And I think also what we need is some sort of caseworker software so we can actually log all these emails which are passing backwards and forwards, so we can actually tie the MES number into the constituent. So I think we need to look at that as well. I contacted Derek Crichton with that, and I gave him a suggestion which is all right for my group. I'm not sure about the others.
Right. Councillor Ogilvie.
I disagree that everyone has to go through the EMS system. I had a couple of sensitive issues, social work, and it wasn't appropriate to put it through there. I went to the director and I got an answer. So there is things that you cannot put through there because there's confidentiality. If somebody comes to you, wants you to deal with it, you deal with it with the appropriate officer. And as somebody's been a councillor through the one member, one ward and area committee, you built up a relationship over the years. And it disheartens me that we're getting further and further and further away from officers. Whether intentional or not, but these systems just put you further away. A multi-member ward is very difficult. When you have a one wee ward, you could go around that quite easily and say, well, that's been done. And as Sean could contest, we shared a border and we knew what was going on in each other's wards. Now on the multi-member ward, best will in the world, you can't go around every inch of it to see if things have been done. So you could fire stuff in, and I don't know what the other, because we don't have a great relationship in Annandale South anyway, so we don't share information, but that's our problem. So I don't know what the other councils are putting in, so I just put in what I get raised with me through the public and through the community councils. So Sean mentioned about the tracking thing. I've heard it over the years about we should be able to get in there and track anything that we've placed in. And it's been called different things over the years. Lagging's the latest one. Now, that would be really helpful. The other thing is, when you get an answer back from the EMS system, your previous correspondence gone. It's just one thing. So you've no history. You've got to go back and chase your own history, if you like, which is a bit awkward because some of them have been in there for 4 years. So I'll use it where it's appropriate, and other times I won't use it. I mean, that's common sense. we talked about earlier, I don't know if we get a training course on that or it's just the preserve of some councillors, but I'll go on that course and get this common sense thing. Do you get it up at Carrigan Towers? No? You know, answer that, Harry.
Right. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Harry stated near the beginning of what he was saying about the main thing is to give people confidence in the system. I think if people have confidence in the system itself, then they will start having confidence to use it more. But, taking Councillor Crother's points on board as well, he's got to make a judgment himself. He's a councillor, just like every other councillor, and you have to make a judgment, whether it's cost effective, for example, to spend 30 seconds on the phone, or a minute on the phone, to get a simple thing, done, or whether the costs of going through an inquiry system, the officer's time and that. To me, I deal with most things over the phone, and it's a 30 seconds. Most of them are very minor things, but very important things to people in the constituency. And I think that's the way I deal with things, and that's my judgment to do it that way. And officers respect that, and it costs very little money for them to deal with that. But if you have, and I'll make that judgment in how I deal with things, not Councillor Crother's, with respect.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Councillor Nicholson's saying. You can lift the phone to certain officers, so that's fine, it'll be done. You can get back to your constituent, let them know everything's sorted within an hour. The only time I've used the EMES system, I waited 2 days and I got a response saying, this can't be done through EMS because it's an operational matter. So much for EMES. So I don't have a lot of faith in it myself. But what I would say is that if you're going to expand it to community councils, that needs a bit more thought. Because I don't think if you've got a dozen members in a community council that you're going to allow every individual member to access your system for community councils. So I think you'd have to have a designated person. Another thing that worries me is being aware of certain individuals in certain community councils who could be best described as vexatious. What I would not like to see is certain individuals, and I can think of one not too far from these very premises, who may well use a system like that for their own ends, and not really in the common good or even for the good of their own community. So I think any system has got to be looked at very, very carefully about who can access it, and also what type of questions they can ask. Otherwise, I can see the system, as I say, with certain individuals, officers spending hour after hour answering vexatious and trying inquiries.
Councillor Crothers.
Near enough, Leader. I'll accept that. Whoever Calendar is. Just to say, no, listen, I absolutely advocate using the phone, picking the phone up and phoning in an inquiry. It's the feedback going back, so it's recorded and logged, so we know exactly what the inquiries are. That's the bit I'm banging on about. So just for absolutely clear, 80% of my inquiries are over the phone. No, I'm not saying we have to do it by email.
Councillor Carson.
Yeah, just a quick point. What I don't understand is we've got this system here. I use it sometimes, I contact the officers other times. What I don't understand is the councillors have decided they're just not going to use it at all, which just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Councillor Dick.
Chair, I thought the whole point about this survey was to say all the things that we're saying in here now. Can we not just move to the recommendations?
I think there is a general consensus that common sense is the best way to use this system. And can we have... Yes. So can we move to the recommendations at 2.1 and 2.2? And the points that the Chief Executive made about how we use common sense and the possibility of looking at a member advocate, etc., etc. I believe Mr. Haswell's got it written down somewhere. Item 16, Shaping Scotland's Court Services. Anything to add, Mr. Haswell?
No, it's very much a member issue. We've taken it through area committees. The area committees' responses are detailed. I think we're commending that members use those, but it's a member decision. Ron will answer any detailed questions.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I think it has went through the area committees, and I think both area committees have made their views plain that they want to see both courts remain open. And I think if you look at them, both have different, probably the main reason, if you look at the Kirkcudbright Sheriff Court, is basically if you actually close that one, then you'll have nothing between Dumfries and Stranraer, you know, a stretch of 80 miles. With regards to the Justice of the Peace Court in Annan, basically if you look at all the other proposals in Scotland, if you shut the Annan one, then it'll have twice a journey than any other court that's actually recommended for closure. So I think, you know, there's a duty on this committee, the Policy and Resources Committee, that all councillors should unite and actually send a very strong and clear message that we want to retain both courts, both at Kirkcudbright and at Annan, and would make a recommendation on the basis of 2.2 that we do, and we unite as one council and one committee and actually send that clear and strong message.
Councillor Maitland.
You won't be surprised to hear me echo that. I absolutely agree with sentiments expressed, and I think that we should probably recognise that it's really a very small saving that has been made, particularly in Kirkcudbright, I understand. Very small saving that is suggested to be made. Nevertheless, I think there are issues which the area committees have all raised, and I would like this to be a corporate response, quite clearly defending both courts.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Yeah, when we all consulted on this the last time, we met with the Scottish Courts civil servant who looked everywhere but at you. So and the only reason we won that was because it went to the committee, the Justice Committee, and there was a cross-party that voted it down. Unfortunately, all the committees now are SNP heavy. I'm not having a political point, but the chances of actually winning this is going to be less because of the way the last election, and so all these scrutiny committees are now fully loaded with SNP people. So I think we've got to make a strong case that all the reasons we gave, I mean, I think Miss Shannon captured the Annan ones very well, and there was a few corrections, additions to that. Totally support this. If the recommendations, I mean, I know we're leaving it to the Director Chief Executive Service, Alec Haswell, I think that is, if he captures that, you know, and I'm just saying it's not so explicit in there, I'm just saying we need to capture what the area committee, because we had a good hour at this, our area committee, and I'm sure the same thing happened up at wherever Kirkcudbright is. Was it Wigton? Sure. Apologies. But no, seriously, we've been over this before. There's unanimity, can I say that, amongst the MSPs and councillors. So I think this council has to send a strong message that we want to retain these two particular courts.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
I think it's one of the few occasions where we as a council cannot encourage the public to avail themselves of these facilities in order to keep them open. I think would be so. We'll have to have another way of tackling the issue. I mean, I suppose it shows that crime doesn't pay if you're not the side of the law, because it met so few times in both Kirkcudbright and Annan for criminal cases. Most of what seem to be civil cases. But let's be careful how we handle this. We should be encouraging criminal fraternity.
Councillor Dyke.
I echo the sentiments in the chamber, and I think we should send a strongly worded response as a united council.
With that, if we move to recommendations, we're asked to note 2.1. Agree that the response should be given to the Scottish Court Service consultation by the council in line with the area committee comments, and agree to remit to the Director Chief Executive Service to submit the council's response to the Scottish Court Service. Councillor Maitland.
If I could just ask, and thereafter, I mean, that's very much kind of, we send it off, and then what, if you see what I mean? What happens after that? If somebody could just explain, because there has to be, well, it'll disappear into the Swanee and nothing happened.
As I understand it, this is a Scottish Government consultation. This will require to go back to, I think it's the Justice Committee, to make a determination as to whether or not they're going to accept any of the representations. Can I remind members that there's a rearguard action fought over Annan the last time in the District Court, and the committee at that time, the Justice Committee, accepted the representations that had been made to them. So representations have been successful in the past, Councillor Maitland. I'm not going to speak about the future.
To add to the recommendations, but we'd appreciate, if we are all united, then obviously some councillors have got more influence. I'm not talking about senior councillors, I'm talking about some councillors have more influence over the Scottish Government at present than we do, so we'd appreciate the help of our SNP councillors. Particularly, they probably owe you a favour because they forced you into coalition with the Tories down here, so they owe you one.
That way, Sean.
If we're going to have a bit of banter, could you keep it for after the meeting? I'd rather deal with the items on the agenda. So with that, we'll agree that one and move on to item 17.
No.
Yep.
Nothing to add to the report, Chairman. It's a standard report. You'll see what the process is. We're just asking members to agree that we publish this now.
Councillor Dykes.
Thank you, Chair. Having read this report under 3.1.4 on page 137, it talks about it's an offence for a taxi driver to demand a fare other than the charges that are set down. But then if you go to page 141, and in particular under item 3, where it says during the Christmas and New Year period, taxi drivers may charge a premium and determine what their hire cost is going to be. Now, I have a little bit of an issue with that if youngsters are coming home late at night over that time period. And I just wondered whether or not there was anything that we could actually do about that or not.
I'm afraid not. You're entitled to set a maximum fare structure, not a minimum fare structure. But on Christmas and New Year, for reasons best known to themselves, the legislation permits the taxi and private hire car operators to agree a fare before they pick someone up. They must agree the fare before the individual sets off on their journey. And that's what the law provides.
Okay. No, follow up?
I can understand that, but I understand it is the law, but whether or not we can advertise it across the local press or whatever, because there are youngsters out there who expect to go home for the same kind of money that we would normally go home for at 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's not as if it's just over one night, it's actually over a number of days, both over the Christmas period and the New Year period. I feel that we need to do everything we can to highlight that in the current climate.
Happy to do that.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
Well, I think you've got to understand this is historic, and one of the reasons that they came up with this a number of years ago is that some of the operators do pay their drivers extra at that time of the year. Some of them do pay double wages, so therefore they've got to try and recoup their costs. I mean, unfortunately, the one thing that isn't covered here is private hires. That this covers the Hackney carriages in Dumfries and Sederunt mainly. We saw this ongoing issue with private hires who can charge whatever they want. And that's at least you've got protection with the taxi businesses because they're regulated. Private hires are not. And they can charge you 10 times what taxis charge you. They can charge you half what taxis charge you. But I think there's one thing in this report, and it came from one of the operators. I mean to be held off councillors. Now, when we used to do this a different way from we do it now, we used to have a meeting in Sederunt, a meeting in Dumfries with the taxi operators. It allowed them, as people who pay a fair bit of money into this council for licences, etc., to have their say about certain issues as it affected them, whether it be taxi stances, fares, etc. And I think when we come to have a look at when we're reviewing the delegation to committees, that is certainly something I'd like to see put back in there, that the licensing committee should meet on an annual basis with taxi operators. And I think, just following on from that, perhaps you need to report to this committee about the status of private hire and whether we want to lobby the Scottish Government yet again about bringing private hires under control. Because what they are doing is they are wrecking the economy of legitimate taxi operators. So a lot of these private hire guys only operate at peak periods. So I'd like to see a report coming back on that. Maybe we should lobby the Scottish Government yet again.
At the last civic licensing panel I was at, Mr Taylor, the clerk, intimated that there's a Scottish Government consultation out on taxi numbers, etc. So maybe that's something that will come through the same thing, Mr Haswell?
That's currently ongoing. We're looking at a consultation paper. That I don't think it's reached the consultation stage yet, but there is a paper out about the very issues that Councillor McCaughey has raised, i.e. taxis versus private hire car, and a number of other issues, including taxi numbers. And I know that the licensing panel has been considering what has been termed an artificial number of taxi operators licensed in the former borough of Dumfries. So these are all issues that the Scottish Government will be undertaking consultation on. I'm sure members will have the opportunity to do any lobbying at that point that they wish to do.
Will that matter come back to this committee?
The moment the matter would go back to the Civic Government Licensing Panel, but I can certainly look at that, sir.
The only difficulty I have with the licensing panel, you're perming so many members per panel from 19. So if that has to make a response to a piece of legislation, then all 19 members should meet. It shouldn't be left to whoever the 7 who are permed from the 19 are on that particular day to make a response. So I think we better take a look at how we handle this.
There's provision in the rules, sir, standing orders or the scheme of delegation provides that such issues would not be dealt with as a panel of 9, but the entire committee would have the opportunity. That is not an application for a licence, it's a different situation. There is provision for that.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, in my view, sir, it's simply not good enough to expect that only the 19 members, and let me say for the record, as you're well aware, I am one of them, should be given the opportunity of commenting on what is an important issue. I would like to think that the forum, depending obviously on by which time or date these submissions have got to be lodged, but if ideally, if at all possible, I would like to see all 47 members, i.e. the full council, be given the opportunity, as it were, to comment on this, because it will, these proposals, these issues will represent constituents of all 47 of us, and if we could do it that way, I'd get, it would be, in my view, it would be first rate. If not, we're going to have to look at broadening it out, beyond the members of the licensing panel.
Councillor Maitland. Councillor Crothers.
Just to say, we undertook a review 3 years ago, and I've got nothing against going through that same setup. It was an ad hoc committee that was set up. It went to all 4 areas. So it went to Andale and Eskdale. I think, if from memory, I'm sure that's right, Andale, Eskdale, Nithsdale, Stewartry and Wigtonshire. Well, in fact, it didn't get Stewartry. It went from Andale, Eskdale, Nithsdale, then over to Wigtonshire, went to the 3. It worked very well. I mean, a similar system could be used.
If there's no other questions, we're asked to agree the maximum fare structure as detailed in Appendix 1, and that the effective date for which the review would take effect should be 1st of May 2013. Councillor Dykes.
Sorry, can we just add in there my request that people were notified that they could be charged, that there's something in the press that people will know, that the youngsters will know that they could be charged extra, additional money.
Being reassured that will be dealt with administratively. Right. And item 18, appointment to outside bodies, Dumfries Prison Visiting Committee.
This is an outside body, Chairman.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Chair, I was just going to say that. It's not an inside body, but...
Councillor McCaughey, if you'd wait to go through the chair, people would then get the chance to put in the funny liners as well. Councillor McGregor.
Chair, and Councillor Crothers is already on this and is thoroughly enjoying it as far as I can make out and finding it very worthwhile. And Councillor Wiper has indicated that he would very much like to take up a position if that's possible, if there's nobody else coming forward with any other recommendations.
Councillor Crothers.
Second that.
It's fine, Chairman. Thank you.
No other volunteers. That's us through the agenda. I have no other business. Can I thank you for your attendance?